The Dead Letter, Book 2, Prologue. The fresh smell of flowers infused the melancholy antechamber. Sunlight, for sorrow, avoided the scene, hidden behind dark rain clouds that ominously seemed to mark the end of an epoch and presage the next to come. The Gothic abbey's bells chimed while the angelic choir soared in majestic harmony. Gloriana had illuminated an era, for which she gave it her name. A grand ceremony was about to begin. Her Majesty was dressed for the occasion and coiffed in style. Good Queen Bess always dominated special occasions, and today would be no exception. Her subjects would pay her homage, as they should. Although Regina's official portraits had not changed in decades, propagating intemporal youth and vigor throughout her realm, today her mask would be removed, finally exposing her true visage. Anyone who was anyone in the kingdom was present. The monarch's favorite seamstress remained close by, at her post, assuring her anointed sovereign's costume was impeccable. The Virgin Queen was ready. She lay still, dignified, royal, arms to either side, reposed in regal attire, attended by her ladies-in-waiting, ready for a last opulent public appearance, her funeral. Chapter 1. David Wade loved his 2-floor rooftop penthouse. The El Dorado at 300 Central Park West, on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, was a twin-towered luxury housing cooperative that faced the west side of Central Park. Wade had recently been able to secure for himself the southernmost tower top of the 30-floor Art Deco-style apartment building. Overlooking New York City's iconic green space, the edifice filled a complete block front extending between West 90th and 91st Streets. Constructed at the same time as the Empire State Building, both structures formed bookends in Wade's life, work, and pleasure. Wade drank his usual early morning fruit drink concoction from a tall freezer-chilled goblet as he surveyed the city, his city. The rising sun announced a beautiful crisp September day, his favorite kind of day. The young man's flat guaranteed silence, no noise from above, and oblivious to the sounds below. He furnished his fortress with auditory-friendly items that protected his sensitive hearing. Wood, plastic, and textiles were welcome, while glass, metal, and ceramic were banned. His abode was arranged to accommodate his bachelor life, free of clutter, bare walls, except for bookcases on the top level, and sparsely decorated. The few objects he kept were custom-made and fitted, including his extra-long mattress, which lay upon the floor of his spacious bedroom. If his 6-foot-plus frame was unable to conform to hotel beds on his many travels, at least he would try and get a good night's sleep when in his palace. David Wade truly felt like a king in his castle. The soft melodic alert sound of his e-watch officially announced the beginning of another workday. Wade activated his virtual floating screen to see and talk with his executive assistant, Jenny, who was already at her station despite it being somewhat earlier than her usual 8 a.m. arrival time. "Good morning, Mr. Wade." "Hi, Jen. In early this morning?" "Yeah, got lots to tackle." "What's up?" "I have Julia Cartier on hold. Want me to transfer her?" Wade was startled. Pleasantly startled, but startled nonetheless. He had not heard from this woman since their adventure in northern Italy a few months back. "Okay, Jen, put her on." His young blonde aide disappeared from the screen along with the visual function, forewarning him that his upcoming conversation would be auditory only. "Hi, David." Wade grinned as he heard the soft, slightly accented voice of his friend. "Hi, Julia. It's been a while." "I know. We said we would keep in touch." "You're right, but I know you aren't big on small talk, but hey, we're in touch now," Wade replied with a wistful smile. Julia Cartier was a stylish beauty from Montreal, now working in Milan's fashion industry. Wade liked everything about her and was pleased to be talking with his friend again. Julia continued the conversation in a more serious tone. "David, I'm calling you from England, in London, this week on business." Wade listened without interrupting, imagining Julia in Britain's capital only minutes shy of English lunchtime. "An elderly gentleman approached me this morning." She paused. "He seemed to know of me and my relationship with you." Wade perked up, now focusing even more on her voice. "He asked me to contact you and see if you would take his call. I think he might be a potential client, but I am not sure." Julia knew that Wade was an attorney and investigator of some kind, but was not fully apprised of the exact nature of his business. "No problem, Julia. Give him my office number and tell him to call me in about an hour." "Okay, David. Oh, and by the way, his name is Walsingham." "Walsingham," repeated Wade. "Is that his first or last name?" "Neither," said Julia. "I asked him his full name and even addressed him as Mr. Walsingham, but he insisted on being called Walsingham. Only Walsingham." Chapter 2. A midnight blue Lincoln Navigator SUV waited outside the El Dorado. Wade emerged from the building's foyer, offered his usual salutations to the entrance and security personnel, and then slid into his favorite American-built full-size luxury vehicle. "Always buy American," his grandfather had told him a million times. Wade had a special relationship with Lincolns, having experienced their comfort as a child when riding in the back seat of his granddad's many premium Lincoln Continentals. Wade greeted his driver warmly, then turned his full attention to the day's planning. Being driven around New York City was not a luxury to him. It was essential. Firstly, it allowed him to multitask in safety. Secondly, it prevented him from engaging in the city's favorite ritual, road rage. And finally, he hated driving. He was not a car connoisseur and took little pleasure talking about, thinking about, and fussing about cars. One thing he did enjoy was being driven about. He could spend hours on the road in a comfortable vehicle, working, talking, thinking, or resting. His high-end luxurious chariot, with all the latest gadgets and plenty of legroom, was an indispensable extension to his office. His chauffeur was on call 24/7 and filled his non-driving downtime executing other tasks for Wade. The morning commute to his midtown workplace varied with traffic and road construction, but for some reason, this particular trip was almost hassle-free. Upon arrival, Wade disembarked the vehicle, saluted his driver, and then stood in front of the tall building he had selected years ago as his business location. Sheathed in stone and steel, the Empire State Building, located in the center of Manhattan, had recently upgraded its lighting, heating, cooling, and other systems, making it once again a state-of-the-art edifice. He never entered the famous skyscraper without looking up and appreciating all it represented, and on foggy days, he swore his eyes sometimes caught a glimpse of a gigantic ape clinging to the building's summit with one hand while holding a sensual young platinum blonde girl in the palm of its other. Wade exited the elevator on the 64th and walked past Jenny straight into his office. She was busy talking on the phone. He sent and received a few missives, then dealt with the reasonable pile of papers Jenny had placed on his desk. Despite her young age, Jenny Bradford acted the prim and proper Beacon Hill matron. Wade often wondered if there was a fun or wild side beneath her veneer of professionalism. Did she ever let her hair down? Literally? This thought came to him when admiring the silky blonde ponytail she perennially maintained. Her mother was a Sinclair, which almost made Jenny Boston royalty. Despite her blue blood pedigree, Jenny's kind ways and thoughtful demeanor showed no trace of pretense or snobbery. Although Wade believed no one was indispensable, he often wondered what he would do without Jenny. She was flawless in his eyes, and she helped him deal with Denary. "Mr. Wade?" He lifted his head and made eye contact with Jenny, who had rolled her revolving chair into his sightline. "Yes, Jen?" "I have someone for you from the UK. A man. He says you're expecting his call." "All right, pass him through." "David Wade. Is this Mr. David Wade?" asked an unfamiliar voice at the other end of the connection. "Yes, this is he," responded Wade with a polite tone. "Is this a secure line?" asked the caller in a slightly slurred upper lip British accent. "It is," assured Wade. "How may I help you?" "I am Walsingham, and I wish to hire your services." Wade signaled Jenny to close his door. He wished to totally focus on this conversation. "How do you know Julia Cartier? How do you know of me?" "I read of your Italian escapade earlier this year. You have quite the good reputation." This seemed plausible to Wade. His success in Italy had garnered him international accolades, along with positive worldwide press coverage. "How can I be of help to you, sir?" "Well, Mr. Wade," he said levelly, "I wish to locate a very precious and unique item. An item that would complete my collection. An exceptional collection that I have been amassing over the past several years." His curiosity heightened. Wade did not interrupt the distinguished older gentleman's discourse. "I want to hire your talents and expertise, and I am willing to triple your usual fee." Wade continued to listen and not talk. "You see, Mr. Wade, I am an old man with but a few years left. Collecting is a harsh mistress, you know. I wish to accomplish my final life's goal before it's too late." His voice wavering, emotions seemed to overtake the caller, as if fighting the slow, painful crushing of his hopes. "Please help me, Mr. Wade. Please help me locate this precious item and allow me the satisfaction of claiming victory." Wade finally spoke, asking Walsingham the obvious. "What will I be searching for?" The caller heard the question, but did not answer immediately, instead filling Wade's earphone with tremendous coughing, decibels galore. Wade instinctively pulled back from the damaging dissonance to protect his overly sensitive ears. This was not a normal coughing episode. This was the deep, chronic coughing of a sick man, perhaps even a dying man. When the caller seemed to have regained his composure and assured Wade that he was all right, the query was repeated with more firmness. "What will I be searching for, sir? What item do you want me to locate?" "An incredibly valuable and prestigious item, Mr. Wade." Walsingham took a rasping breath as his voice regained its earlier vigor, solidity, and confidence. "The most magnificent and glorious article in all of English history. A burial gown." Chapter 3. The long workday was over. Wade headed to John F. Kennedy International Airport in the city's borough of Queens. To get there, he was driven past Forest Hills, an area he knew well, having once dated a girl who grew up in this upper-middle-class, mostly residential neighborhood. It was a one-way argumentative relationship. She was tough on the ears. Also, this girl was a key dropper. Dating can be noisy. The area did not only hold unpleasant memories, for, as a child, his grandfather had brought him to experience the game of tennis, as it was once played in the United States, on grass. Forest Hills had a great tradition of tennis, with Forest Hills Stadium having hosted the U.S. Open until 1978, and the West Side Tennis Club offering pristine grass courts for its members. Grandfather is a loyal club affiliate to this day, he reminded himself. As his vehicle approached the airport, he thought of what had transpired earlier that morning when accepting to help Walsingham locate the precious item he longed for. Jenny had verified his new client's credentials and processed the usual 50% upfront deposit against his total fee. Wade was intelligent with money. He wasn't cheap. Cheap is dumb. He was frugal. Frugal is smart. He was always willing to pay what needed to be paid, but nothing more. Value for money. Ever generous with charitable donations, he only chose organizations and foundations with proven records for high efficiency. No waste. He hated waste. Waste in all forms were an anathema to him. Waste of time, energy, opportunities, education, friendships, love, etc. Financially comfortable, as he liked to put it, Wade had amassed a fortune since the age of 16. Hard work, long hours, and intelligent decisions put him on the road to success, and whenever he faced a fork in that road, he usually chose the correct path. Keep mistakes to a minimum, he continuously reminded himself, and when one is made, learn from it. Arriving at the airport, his driver stopped adjacent to the appropriate terminal, allowing Wade to carry his compact overnight luggage towards the designated security area without delay. Wade was early. He liked being early. Jenny had prearranged the many details of his flight. This allowed him to avoid most of the frustrating steps associated with modern air travel, and rapidly escape the low-pitched rumbling and high-pitched squeaking sounds of rolling suitcases. Once past security, he quickly headed towards the premium seating lounge to take advantage of its many services, on the grid. The hour-long wait before boarding permitted Wade to delve into the materials sent to him by Walsingham. He had perused the documents and images earlier that afternoon and discussed their contents with Jenny, who herself had meticulously reviewed everything. The information was mostly general, until he reopened a folder that described in detail the object of his search. The reading and viewing were fascinating. He remained amazed that the burial gown he sought was a dress worn over 4 centuries ago by one of the most famous monarchs in history, Queen Elizabeth, the first of that name. Chapter 4. Boarding his direct flight to London, Wade was not apprehensive about spending the next 7 hours cooped up in a jetliner. During the red-eye flight, he planned to work, and also hoped to get some sleep. Flying business class to Europe provided posh comforts within a fully enclosed private suite with sliding doors and flat bed seating in a yin-yang configuration that maximized hip width and wide footwells. Wade especially appreciated the generous legroom. The many and varied e-books, documents, and images that accompanied him on this trek were gathered by Jenny and stored in his multiple electronic devices. Some files had been sent by his client, but most were provided to him by Denary's historian, Hewitt Fothergill. Denary is Wade's team of experts, 10 experts to be exact. Denary is Latin for 10. The members of this clandestine club serve at the pleasure of its leader and founder, David Wade. His rules are straightforward. Denary members must always be available, work fast, never go beyond their mandate, stay focused, honest, and loyal, and do not make mistakes. In consideration for their adherence to these strict regulations and for their varied skills and talents, each associate was well paid by its leader. Very well paid. Denary could be an extremely lucrative enterprise for everyone involved. With the aid of Jenny's compiled materials, Wade intended to deepen his knowledge about the Elizabethan era and learn as much as he could about the circumstances of the Queen's death and the details of her obsequies. According to Walsingham, a special gown had been designed and fabricated for the Queen's eventual burial. This dress was requested by the Virgin Monarch herself a few months before her demise. She wanted to look her splendid best, even in her coffin, and thus managed and supervised every aspect of the costume she would wear for eternity. The realm's best sculptors and painters were well paid, but so were the Queen's seamstresses. Elizabeth loved wearable art. The attire she planned for her aged body's entombment was eventually used as a model for the stone carved effigy that now adorned the top of her tomb. Wade ceased reading, stood upright, and stretched his arms. As he sat back, the flight attendant served him his requested drink. His mind drifted. Although he enjoyed a nice cold beer and the occasional glass of dry wine, his late-night constitutional usually consisted of a Grand Marnier served in a cordial glass. Grand Marnier Cordon Rouge was an orange-flavored liqueur created in 1880 by Alexandre Marnier l'Apostole. It was made from a blend of cognac brandy, distilled essence of bitter orange, and sugar. The liqueur was 40% alcohol and can be used in mixed drinks and desserts, but Wade preferred to consume the beverage neat, as a liqueur or a digestif. When in France, however, Wade always made a point of savoring crêpe Suzette au Grand Marnier. Caesar Ritz came up with the name Grand Marnier for his friend Marnier l'Apostole, who in return helped him purchase and establish the Hotel Ritz Paris. Wade loved to recall quirky historical facts such as these, especially during rare moments of relaxation. Refocusing, he woke his tablet and continued to read. He had always been fascinated by Tudor England and was pleased to reacquaint himself with that period. He, of course, knew that Queen Elizabeth was born at Greenwich in 1533 and was the daughter of the Tudor King Henry VIII by his second wife, Anne Boleyn. Elizabeth succeeded her half-sister, Queen Mary, to the throne in 1558. Elizabeth's long reign was one of the most brilliant in English history. Referred to as the Golden Age, it is remembered for the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588, the execution of Mary, Queen of Scots, the year before, and for many important voyages of exploration and discovery to North America. Known as the Virgin Queen, the colony of Virginia along the eastern coast was named after her. Beauty, art, literature, and fashion flourished at her court and in her reign. Noted for her vanity and love of jewels, elaborate clothes, headdresses, and dancing, she had many admirers, but never married. Her favorite men at court included Thomas Seymour, Robert Dudley, Francis Drake, Humphrey Gilbert, Walter Raleigh, Francis Bacon, William Cecil, and Robert Devereux. She was crowned at Westminster Abbey in 1559 and reigned for over 45 years. Wade recalled an interesting comparison made by his grandfather years ago. Elizabeth Tudor was a cold, calculated Protestant queen with an attitude towards image, power, and governance that reminds some modern observers of the reign of the United Kingdom's first female Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher. Wade smiled as he remembered that the old man had been a proud Thatcherite. The reading was interesting. It helped him travel back in time and connect with the concept of monarchy, something foreign to him as an American. He finished the perusal of this folder and paused, checked his mobile device for messages, and then sipped his sweet elixir. He clicked on another folder and continued reading until confronted with a familiar name that stopped him in mid-sentence. Walsingham. Francis Walsingham. Queen Elizabeth's spy master. Chapter 5. The plane shook, rocked violently. Turbulence. Wade awoke from his light sleep to find the aircraft was bouncing wildly from left to right, up and down. The flight personnel scrambled along the aisles with difficulty, trying to maintain their balance. They urged the passengers to remain seated and affix their safety belts. The diversity of noises was alarming and confusing. Infants crying, the voices of adults rumbling, equipment rattling, non-stop in-flight announcements. Wade absorbed it all in distinct layers, his hearing being complex in that way. He suffered from 2 debilitating hearing disorders, hyperacusis and tinnitus. Characterized by an increased sensitivity to certain frequency and volume ranges, his severe hyperacusis caused a collapsed tolerance to normal environmental sound. Wade's hyperacusis made it difficult for him to tolerate everyday sounds, some of which were unpleasantly or painfully loud to him, but not to others. Tinnitus is the hearing of sound when no external sound is present. In Wade's case, the internal sound was high-pitched hissing, loud hissing, never-ending hissing, white noise. His 2 disorders, he referred to them as the perdition duo, were not diseases, but conditions, incurable, like a cut-off arm that will never grow back. Wade had resolved long ago to live a full life despite his auditory challenges. Overly sensitive hearing, he often reminded himself, can come in handy. Just as quickly as the worrisome turbulence had disrupted the peaceful flow of the air trip, it stopped. Passengers and crew slowly, although somewhat warily, regained a sense of normalcy and tranquility. Some returned to their sleep, some to their leisurely pursuits, while others simply tried to regain their composure. As for Wade, he got back to work. His discovery of Sir Francis Walsingham, the Queen's principal secretary and espionage director, had prompted him to dictate a missive to Denary's genealogist, André Barthélemy. In addition to being a lawyer and investigator, David Wade was also an expert genealogist and historian. His mentor in the field of ancestral lineages was Barthélemy, the first to join Denary. Barthélemy was simpatico with Wade regarding family tree research, methodology, and analysis. While waiting for a response from his genealogist, Wade continued to dig deeper into the life of Sir Francis. As Secretary of State, his job was to advise Elizabeth on government matters, gather intelligence, eliminate all internal and external threats to her reign, and protect, advance, and promote the nation's new reformed religion, Protestantism. Although his queen did not want to make windows into men's souls, Walsingham felt driven by Protestant zeal to counter the old faith, Catholicism, and sanction the use of torture against Catholic priests, church leaders, and suspected conspirators. These were obviously troubled and complicated times, unlike the perfect world described in Tudor-era humanist Thomas More's Utopia. Sir Francis was smart, loyal, and patriotic, and tried to make himself indispensable to the Queen during his long career in her service, just as his predecessor, Thomas Cromwell, had done alongside the Queen's late father. During the final minutes of the overseas flight, Wade received a response from Barthélemy indicating that he had found several lineal descendants of Sir Francis Walsingham living in the UK, but he would obviously need more detailed info on Wade's client before confirming a direct connection. Satisfied for now, Wade prepared for disembarkation. Escaping the closed-in fuselage of the jet plane into the air-conditioned environment of London's Heathrow Airport was reinvigorating. Having often navigated London's international aerial thoroughfare, he quickly dealt with all the arrival formalities, including Her Majesty's Immigration and Customs, and emerged into the main terminal within minutes. England was like a second home to him. When on the British Isles, Wade always felt welcome, at ease, and comfortable. "David?" Wade turned every which way, trying to locate the direction of the caller. "David?" Wade turned again, but this time he saw the user of his Christian name approach from a distance. His eyes widened, along with his smile. "Hi, Julia." Chapter 6. The friends stood face to face, smiling. They were obviously happy to see each other again and wasted no time in using their eyes to scan the other's physical appearance. As usual, Wade was not disappointed. Julia Cartier was a 29-year-old fashionista, tall and slim, dark-eyed with long onyx hair tumbling down her back, and model looks. She often wore ankle boots, as was the case today. Wade loved the way she wore ankle boots, but had not yet chosen to tell her. Julia, on the other hand, was longing to see Wade's impressive physique again in one of his high-priced tailored suits with monogrammed shirts and ties. But alas, today would not be the day, for he sported the typical American air travel kit, casual wear and sneakers. She had retrieved many online photos of Wade and knew he was an A-plus dresser, but so far had only seen proof in the flesh once before. Oh well, she consoled herself, maybe next time. They hugged and kissed as friends do, then hugged and kissed again. Julia grabbed Wade's hand and led him towards the terminal exit and valet parking. He knew Julia loved cars, fast cars, convertible sports cars. He wondered what lay in store for him. He first noticed a beige town car approaching them, but Wade knew better. Then, following close behind, he smiled broadly upon seeing a sun-glow yellow Jaguar. He instantly knew this was hers. Designed and manufactured for speed, even the color looked fast. Wade turned to Julia. "Not a convertible?" "No," she said. "It rains too much in England." They secured themselves inside the racy feline and sped off. Once she had exited the car park and maneuvered out of the airport's maze of roads, Julia gained speed and glided onto the highway towards their prearranged destination. Before leaving New York, Wade had sent word to Julia that he hoped she could meet him at the airport and drive him to his client's home. Excited to see Wade again and curious about his new client's instructions, Julia willingly accepted. Heathrow Airport was 14 miles west of central London. Walsingham lived in the town of Hatfield in the county of Hertfordshire, 20 miles north of London. "We will have to deal with morning traffic, David. It should take us about an hour to get to Hatfield." "That means we'll arrive around 8. Perfect." Wade had told his client that he would visit early in the morning. He watched Julia drive and noticed she handled herself with ease and confidence behind the wheel. "How long did it take you to get used to driving on the wrong side of the road?" She smiled. "It came to me naturally." Grinning, he looked out the side window and was amazed at how green the grass, meadows, valleys, and fields were this time of year. Green, like Tudor green, the official color of the dynasty. He delighted at the thought, then resumed the chit-chat. "And how are you dealing with the Queen's English?" "London English is fine," she remarked. "But the further north, the tougher it gets." Wade knew what she meant. As a young boy, his great auntie from northeast England visited his childhood home on several occasions. Her Geordie accent was fascinating to him. Not only could he rarely understand what she was saying, but her sentences were often interrupted by her own snorts and joyful laughing, making her speech patterns even more confusing. Chapter 6, Part 2. Julia, how many languages do you speak? A few, she answered casually, but never enough. So, how many? Well, I speak and read English, French, Spanish, Italian, and a bit of German. Your first language is French, though, right? Yes, of course. I'm sure you have noticed my accent when I speak English. I have, replied Wade, and I enjoy it very much. She giggled. My parents are French Canadians, and I pursued all my studies in the language of Molière. My mother, however, was educated in English and taught me the language when I was young. Do you consider yourself more French than English? He asked. In some ways, yes, I am. She then paused to reflect. Actually, I consider myself bicultural. How's that? Wade asked. Many people in Canada are bilingual, which means they speak both official languages, English and French. Bicultural means more. It means you were raised in both cultures. That is not as common. Wade nodded while looking at the road unfold in front of him. And you, David? She prompted gently. Me? What? How many languages can you manage? Only one, my dear, only one. The only language that counts. American. He turned and winked at her with his best smile. Her gaze never left the road, but she caught his act in the corner of her eye and laughed along. After a few more minutes of light talk and catching up, Julia left the highway and approached the settlement of Hatfield. Following the path suggested by the vehicle's built-in guidance system, they arrived at Walsingham's house in no time. They stepped out of the car and walked towards the front door. The house was large, actually huge. It was historic in nature, possibly a refurbished old manor house. They rang the doorbell, and within seconds an elderly woman answered. Although she had obviously lost the freshness of youth, this was a handsome woman. She was well dressed and coiffed, wearing a bright string of pearls around her neck with a dignified bearing and soft features. Good morning, she said. May I help you? Yes, said Wade. We are here to see Walsingham. She looked at them blankly, then showed comprehension. Ah, yes, she responded with a half sigh. I totally forgot about you, Mr. Wade. Please, come in. Wade was perplexed by this ambiguous greeting. Julia's head turned every which way as they entered the building, wanting her eyes to capture all details. Are we too early? Wade asked. No, the woman replied evenly. Not at all. But you see, Mr. Wade, my husband is not here. When will he be back? Wade persisted. Never, I'm afraid, she responded dejectedly. My husband is dead. Chapter 7. Death stopped for him, Mr. Wade, although he was not yet ready. Julia was struck by the calm and poised manner in which the gray-haired lady stoically shared this intimate thought. The woman's eyes were as if in a trance. What? Wade reacted in a loud whisper. How can that be? I just spoke with him yesterday. The woman broke from her stupor and looked at him. I know, Mr. Wade. He told me all about your conversation. What happened? Wade gently insisted. My husband was a very sick man. He was dying.
but we both thought he still had at least one more year on this earth. But overnight, he awoke with severe pains in his abdomen. I rushed him to the hospital, where he died minutes later. I only returned home an hour ago to freshen up. I was about to head back to the medical center just as you arrived. I need to begin taking care of a multitude of formalities, as you can imagine. But I'm still somewhat in shock."
The woman shook her head slightly in despair, gradually plunging back into her protective trance.
"Is there anything we can do for you?"
asked Julia in a soft tone.
"Any way we can help?"
Regaining her alertness, the woman gave them both a nice smile, though there was nothing behind it.
"Please stay for a while,"
gesturing towards an adjacent sitting room.
"Please, come and sit down."
Julia followed Wade as he gingerly entered the designated area. A middle-aged female appeared in a second doorway. The large room had 2 entrances. Their host approached the stocky brunette with instructions, then returned to join her guests, now seated in comfortable upholstered chairs.
"I will delay my return to the hospital for 1 hour. A nice cup of tea will help calm my nerves, and I wish to talk to you about my husband's final quest, the reason he contacted you."
The woman finished her sentence with a fixed gaze on Wade. She then paused, lowered her eyes, and sighed deeply while folding her hands on her lap in a demure, noble gesture. Wade seized this opportunity to ask the woman her name.
"My name is Joyce Denny, and I am—"
She caught herself.
"I was married to Robert for over 50 years.
She half smiled, but this time it was more genuine.
"You knew my husband as Walsingham."
She looked down and grinned.
"But his true name was Robert Walsingham Denny."
"I see," Wade commented, just as the brown-haired female arrived with tray in hand. Joyce Denny added milk and sugar to 3 empty cups, then poured steaming tea. Distracted, she did not offer her guests their cup. Seeing this, Julia leaned forward and took her beverage. Joyce lifted a cup and saucer to her abdomen as she sat back in her chair. She apologetically introduced the middle-aged female as her maid, adding that since joining her household only a few months ago, she was much appreciated. The housemaid did not speak, but simply nodded and left the room. Chapter 7, Part 2. Turning her attention back to Wade, Joyce continued.
"As you may have guessed by now, Mr. Wade, my Robert was a descendant of Queen Elizabeth I's Chief Minister, Sir Francis Walsingham. Although my husband's wealth and position were due to his business acumen and not due to heredity, he nevertheless was extremely proud of his illustrious ancestor and his close relationship of confidence with the Queen of England over 4 centuries ago."
Julia enjoyed her warm cup as she listened. Wade had not reached for his tea. He avoided all caffeinated beverages.
"My husband's fervent interest in his famous ancestor had led him in recent years, especially since his retirement, to accumulate as much knowledge as possible regarding Sir Francis and his queen. I, too, joined in the pursuit, out of interest, but especially so as to share this adventure with my husband, whom I love dearly."
She placed her cup back on the tray and paused as if to regain strength to continue.
"You see, Mr. Wade, marriage is a long journey, and—"
She hesitated, choosing the proper words.
"As you get older, it is important to stay close with your partner by way of non-physical activities, intellectual pursuits, projects, or hobbies. Although my interest at first in his passion was modest, the Elizabethan age proved fascinating to me with each book I read or historical site we visited together. Eventually, with my husband's encouragement, I joined him in collecting fine gowns from famous people of that epoch. Our collection presently consists of more than 20 dresses.
Excited by this revelation, Julia could not contain herself.
Who were the women who originally owned and wore these gowns, Lady Denny?
Joyce chuckled weakly.
No, my dear, not Lady Denny. Robert was not a sir, and I not a lady. We are simply commoners with an interest in the aristocracy of the past. Please, call me Joyce.
Julia nodded acknowledgement of the explanation, thinking, if this distinguished woman is not a titled lady, she is surely a classy gentlewoman. Wade joined in, rephrasing Julia's question to Joyce and adding a request to view the collection.
The entire collection is securely warehoused in London and consists of clothing worn by many historical luminaries, such as several of King Henry VIII's wives and Queen Mary, his grandniece.
Mary, Queen of Scots? Julia asked.
Yes, that very one. The collection also includes gowns worn by Sir Francis's two wives, Anne Barne and Ursula St. Barbe.
Joyce's housemaid reappeared, removed the tea serving tray, and exited the room. Joyce acknowledged the kind gesture, then continued.
The missing crown jewel in our collection was to be a dress worn by the Queen herself. But as you can imagine, all known gowns supposedly worn by Elizabeth are either in public or private collections. My husband made serious efforts to buy such a gown, but was continually frustrated in his attempts. Then, one day, just last year, we came across a piece of information that reignited our passion.
What kind of information? Wade asked. Joyce leaned forward.
Information about the gown that Elizabeth Tudor wore to her grave.
Chapter 8. Although her husband had died only hours ago, Walsingham's wife felt compelled to allocate as much time as she could, under the circumstances, to the young man that had come such a long way on her late husband's behest.
Mr. Wade, the reason my husband contacted you on our behalf is twofold. Firstly, he wanted you to help him locate the Queen's interment garb. Secondly, he wished to share with you in person very delicate information, a piece of information that I shall now communicate to you.
Julia glanced at Wade, but his eyes did not abandon their hostess. He brought his hand to his chin, rubbing, and listened.
Despite my poor husband's demise, your quest, our quest, must continue. Later today, I will transfer to your account the remaining amount of your fee promised to you by my husband.
That's not necessary, Joyce, Wade reacted. I've only just begun.
Yes, it is necessary, Mr. Wade. It is essential to me that you understand how important this quest was to both of us, and still is to me.
Very well, Wade accepted graciously with a nod. The housemaid reappeared in the room, asking her employer if she needed anything. She was told no and again left the room dutifully. Joyce turned back to her guest.
Last month, Robert received a mysterious phone call from a man who claimed he knew the whereabouts of a precious gown once worn by Queen Elizabeth. When pressed, the caller revealed it was the dress the dead queen was to wear to her grave. Only, the dress never made it into the tomb.
Well, what? Julia asked disbelievingly.
How could that be? According to the caller, the dress was removed from the dead queen's body minutes before the casket was sealed. whoever possessed the gown was able to smuggle it past the royal entourage and keep it hidden.
Wade listened with disciplined restraint. He wanted to hear the complete tale before commenting.
The unidentified caller told my husband that the dress had survived the centuries and was still intact to this day. He then asked Robert if he would pay a substantial cash amount for the retrieval of the dress. Robert agreed immediately. The caller concluded by saying he would re-establish contact at another time and place. Then he hung up.
Joyce seemed a bit exhausted by the telling of this story, but was determined to finish with clarity.
We never heard from him again, Mr. Wade. Odd,
she said, glancing at both her guests.
Yes, I know. Very odd.
The elderly widow took a deep breath and sighed, adding,
But that is the gist of it.
Julia looked at Wade, then at Joyce, then back at Wade. She could see the thoughts dancing in his eyes.
Now,
Joyce said as she raised herself from her seat in sadness,
I must return to the hospital.
Of course, Wade agreed sympathetically.
You are now on your own, Mr. Wade,
she declared.
You have all the information Robert would have given you. I have nothing to add. Good luck.
The housemaid reappeared, as if on cue, to escort Wade and Julia to the door. Once outside, Julia turned to Wade. Now what? Well, I'm sure you have to get back to things in London. Simply drop me off.
Are you crazy? I'm not leaving you. I want in. Anyway, I finished my business in the city and will simply delay my return home. No big deal.
Are you sure, Julia? Wade asked, hoping for an affirmative response.
Sure, I am sure. I have the wheels. Where to next?
Okay then, but I warned you, Wade cautioned with a grin. Julia matched his grin and added a friendly rub on the back of one of his broad shoulders. They both repositioned themselves in the car. Julia waited for instructions. I don't think it's a coincidence that Walsingham and his wife chose Hatfield as their home, Wade pondered aloud as he stuck his neck forward to look over the manor house through the front windshield one last time. I think Hatfield chose them.
What do you mean?
Asked Julia. Let's go, ignoring her question. I want to visit the place where the young Elizabeth Tudor became queen. Chapter 9. As Julia drove away from Walsingham's house, Wade sent Barthélemy a detailed summary of what he had just learned about his dead client's identity, hoping this new info would get him closer to Walsingham's true genealogical lineage. Finding their next destination only took minutes. Julia followed the English heritage finger post signs towards Hatfield House, a country home set in a large park, the Great Park, on the eastern side of town. Built in 1485, Henry VIII acquired the palace in 1538 and used it as a nursery for his 3 children. The palace is most closely associated with Elizabeth. She had a happy childhood there as a princess, sharing in her brother Edward's Protestant education. Circumstances changed for the young royal when her half-sister Mary came to the throne in 1553. The Catholic Queen Mary feared that her enemies might plot to place her Protestant sister on the throne. Elizabeth was effectively kept under house arrest at Hatfield for 3 years in what is now known as the Old Palace in Hatfield Park. It was there in 1558, while sitting under an oak tree in the park, that the youthful princess learned that she had become queen following the death of Queen Mary. Upon her succession to the throne, Queen Elizabeth held her first council of state in the house's great banqueting hall. one of her most trusted advisors later in her reign, Robert Cecil, acquired Hatfield House upon the Queen's death. Julia and Wade walked the beautiful grounds of the park. The lush gardens appeared well manicured, favoring the French style. They walked in silence for a few minutes more. They fell into pace with each other, he tempering his longer stride to her steps. Arriving at the estate office, they entered and asked to speak with the site's curator. A bespectacled man soon appeared to greet them. Following introductions and pleasantries, Wade asked several questions about Elizabeth Tudor's time at Hatfield as a young princess. Appreciating the curator's colorful answers, Wade then asked him about the circumstances of Elizabeth's death over 4 decades later. Again pleased with the depth and detailed responses, Wade asked one last question. "Do you have any knowledge about a strange story involving the Queen's funerary dress?" "Ah, yes, the burial gown legend." The curator folded his arms and smiled. "I rarely get asked about that. The funeral dress story is not widely known by the public, but it is notorious among a small circle of experts." "What can you tell us about it?" asked Wade, hoping to advance his cause. "Not much," replied the curator, "but I can tell you the newest hypothesis." Julia gave the man several quick nods, encouraging him to continue. "It is believed by a few fringe historians, mostly amateurs, that the gown was removed from the Queen's dead body at the last moment by the seamstress that designed it." Wade was intrigued by this new detail. "Can you tell us, sir, who the seamstress was?" "I'm afraid not," replied the curator while unfolding his arms. "That's all I know. You see, I'm not an expert in that part of the Queen's life. My expertise lies mainly with her association to this grand house. By the way, I must emphasize that this gown story is a legend. There's no known proof to substantiate it." Wade thanked the man for his time and headed towards the car with haste. Julia followed on the double quick. "What's the rush, David?" "Drive us to Cambridge, Julia. Pronto. I need to see an old friend." Chapter 10. Wade spent most of the 40-minute drive on his phone sending text messages. The first went out to Hewitt Fothergill. As Denary's historian, Wade was convinced Hewitt was the next person to turn to. Although a full-time professor at the University of Sheffield, Hewitt occasionally gave special lectures at his alma mater, Trinity College at Cambridge University. Knowing that his American employer would be in England, Hewitt had forewarned Wade of his activities in Cambridge, situated 1 hour north of London in a beeline. Julia broke the car silence. "I've never been to Cambridge." Wade answered without moving his eyes from his device. "It's lovely. A jewel. You'll like it." "Who are we meeting?" Wade lifted his head for a neck stretch and glanced at Julia. "A man that sometimes helps me with my work." "You seem to have a lot of people who help you." "A few," answering matter-of-factly. She didn't press the matter, sensing that Wade had said all he wanted to say in that regard. Her travel companion returned to his device to finish and send off a text to another person that sometimes helped him with his investigations. Mariko Shimada worked for Sotheby's Auction House, a British company with offices throughout the world. Wade's tracking app flagged her on this day in Tokyo, Sotheby's newest location and Mariko's home. Her usefulness to Denary was undeniable. Her skills as an expert authenticator and appraiser of historical objects made her one of Wade's most valuable assets. In his communication, he asked her for general and detailed info on Elizabethan female clothing worn by royalty and the aristocracy, the cloth of queens. He wanted to get a feel for what he was looking for, and, if found, basic knowledge on how to authenticate its genuineness.
"We're almost there, David. Let me find parking."
Parking in Cambridge was not for the faint-hearted, but Julia managed it nicely. They left their vehicle amidst a bee's nest of stationed bicycles and walked into the college's main court. The shadows of the tall spires fell upon Julia's face. She marveled at the immensity of the courtyard. She had heard that the Great Court was reputed to be the largest enclosed court in Europe. She now believed it. They entered the main lecture building and sat in the last row of the principal auditorium. They watched a man in his 40s of average height, sporting old-timey hush-puppies and a rumpled tweed three-piece suit topped by a matching color-coordinated bow tie, finish his lecture. Following a generous round of applause, Wade put his hand on Julia's knee to indicate that they best let the students file out before heading in the opposite direction towards the podium and the awaiting lecturer. "Good morning, Professor."
"Well, well,"
Hewitt said airily, adjusting his round, wire-framed eyeglasses.
"Good morning to you, solicitor."
Wade smiled. He loved the British legal titles and terminology. Julia at first thought the greetings to be a bit formal for old friends, but she quickly caught on to the light teasing. "So, Hewitt, tell me, how are your hometown soccer teams doing?" "For the 943rd time, David, the sport is called football. Only you Yanks ignorantly refer to the beautiful game as soccer."
"Not true," joined Julia. "We also call it soccer in Canada."
"That is a forgivable sin, my dear, due to the fact that Canadians are quality blokes and surely don't know better, since their national sport is played on ice with a small round rubber thingy." Julia smiled. She already liked Hewitt. Chapter 10, Part 2. The trio left the auditorium and sat in the corner of a tiny student snack shop housed in the central building, not 500 paces away. Hewitt acted as their waiter and ordered several beverages and croissants at the counter, then returned with their sustenance and sat, looking at his mid-morning snack with anticipation. Wade put Hewitt up to speed on the latest developments, then asked, "What do I need to know, Hewitt?" "Give me the 7-minute version." The professor tucked his lower lip under the other, nodded, then began.
"Let's start with Sir Francis Walsingham and his connection with Queen Elizabeth. Sir Francis died in 1590, most probably of cancer, at his house in Seething Lane, by the Tower of London, now the site of a Victorian office building called Walsingham House. His primary residences, apart from the Royal Court and Seething Lane, were at Barn Elms in Surrey and at Odiham in Hampshire. Nothing remains of any of his houses. He was buried privately beside his son-in-law in Old St. Paul's Cathedral. The grave and monument were destroyed in the 1666 Great Fire of London. His name appears, however, on a modern monument in the crypt listing the important graves lost.
Hewitt paused to align his snack, obviously planning ahead for his first bite.
Walsingham's surviving daughter, Frances, married the Earl of Essex. His second wife, Ursula, Lady Walsingham, continued to live at Barn Elms with a small staff of servants until her death in 1602.
Hewitt stopped. Wade made a grimace, as if polishing his teeth with his tongue. Hewitt took this as a sign that Wade was thinking, not as a signal to halt. He thus continued. As the professor delved into the private life of Elizabeth and the reasons why she never married and had children, Julia became impatient to hear his opinion on the gown itself. Wade felt her impatience and shifted gears. "Okay, Hewitt. Now, tell me about the seamstress." "Ah," Hewitt pronounced, lifting his index finger towards the ceiling. "Here I have something interesting. The burial gown legend is just that, a legend. I have found that certain parts of the legend are more obscure than others. For instance, I have a name for the seamstress." "You do?" exclaimed Wade. Julia's eyes lit up. "As you can imagine, the Queen employed many designers and seamstresses, dozens, perhaps hundreds in her lifetime. But," emphasizing the word before continuing, "the seamstress who designed her funeral dress and who stayed with the Queen's body until the end was an obscure person that we know very little about." "What was her name?" Wade demanded. Hewitt chose this moment to finally take a bite of his snack. He chewed politely, mouth closed. Waiting, Wade tilted his head to one side and widened his eyes with great expectations. Julia was baffled by the dramatic timing of Hewitt's mouthful. She also waited, feeling like a desperate contestant on an afternoon TV game show. Denary's historian began to grin as his chewing motion approached its climax. Either he really enjoyed that first bite, or he was savoring the anticipation and suspense he had created in the minds of his table companions. The professor finally swallowed. "Her name is Kate Arden." Chapter 11. Departing, Wade and Julia walked through several Trinity College buildings to get to their car. This alternative exit route allowed them to soak in the illustrious architectural history of the prestigious learning center founded in 1546 by King Henry VIII. Wade relished walking the halls once graced by many academic luminaries, such as physicist Isaac Newton. Shortly, they were back on the highway heading south. Wade planned to visit, that afternoon, 3 more London area heritage sites associated with Queen Elizabeth. He voice-commanded the vehicle's GPS with their next destination. Julia did not question the choice of location, preferring to let Wade tell her in his own due time. A tinge frustrated, Wade fired off a missive to André Barthélemy, probing him for new information regarding his client's lineage. Barthélemy always worked fast, but today, Wade wanted him to work faster. Barthélemy was a proud Frenchman from La Rochelle on the West Atlantic coast of France. Adopted at a young age, his nebulous ancestry was the impetus for a fruitful career as a professional genealogist. He rarely traveled, having spent most of his life living by the sea. Barthélemy gave an immediate response to Wade's message. He had found no certain blood connection between Sir Francis Walsingham and Robert Walsingham Denny, Wade's client. But Barthélemy stressed that his research was not complete and thus might change his conclusions with any new forthcoming information or data. Wade digested this analysis and pondered. Perhaps Wade's client was just a wishful ancestor, one who has no direct familial ties with a famous person in history, but deeply wished a connection exists. These wishers usually wore their given, middle, or family name, similar with their supposed ancestor's name, as misleading badges of honor. Wade answered, imploring Barthélemy to keep searching. Also, since Hewitt knew nothing about Kate Arden except her name, he wrote the Frenchman about the seamstress and asked him to look into her as well. Julia was making good time from behind the wheel. She merged her Jag onto the London Orbital motorway, a 117-mile highway that encircled almost all of Greater London. Driving southwest, she diligently followed the car's navigational system, guiding them to their next stop, Hampton Court Palace. The Royal Palace, about 11 miles upstream of central London on the River Thames, was built in 1515 for Cardinal Thomas Wolsey, a favourite of Henry VIII. In 1529, as Wolsey fell from favour, the king seized the palace for himself and later enlarged it. Along with St. James's Palace, it is one of only 2 surviving palaces out of the many owned by King Henry. The Tudor king celebrated his first Christmas with his 5th wife, Catherine Howard, at Hampton Court Palace in 1540, and there married his 6th and last wife, Catherine Parr, in 1543. The palace remained in use as a royal residence for the next 2 centuries. Today, Hampton Court is open to the public and is a major tourist attraction. Visitors especially enjoy the lovely gardens, the state bedchambers, a large number of artworks from the royal collection, and the vast kitchens capable of feeding the king's entourage of 1,000 people. On his many past visits, Wade never missed visiting the oldest extant real tennis court still in use for the game of real tennis, an older version different from the present game. "Turn here, Julia." Wade pointed towards an off-limits private parking area. "Hewitt has arranged for us to meet with the director of the museum, a man by the name of Phil Gregory." Once stationed in the guest visitor section, Wade removed himself from the yellow speedster and shook his legs to get the blood flowing. He took a deep breath, then another. He consciously filled his lungs with the fresh air of Tudor glory. "This," he thought to himself, "is history at its best." Julia joined Wade's side as he marched towards the main entrance. They traversed the base court and entered the inner grounds of the complex through Anne Boleyn's Gate, named for Queen Elizabeth's mother who had been executed, beheaded by her father, King Henry VIII. Chapter 12. Phil Gregory was a short, stout, facially hairy man in his 50s. Although his graying beard was well kept, he refused to trim a thick unibrow, thereby distracting many. When told of his guest's arrival by one of his staff, he decided not to invite them into his clustered office. He instead greeted them warmly in the reception area and proceeded to immediately lead them on an informal insider tour of the buildings and grounds, including the famous hedge maze. Gregory was the manager of the estate and curator of historic buildings, with an expertise in Tudor architecture. He freely volunteered standard descriptions and background information regarding Hampton Court Palace until Wade directed his attention specifically to Queen Elizabeth's connection with the site. "As you surely know, Mr. Wade, all 3 of King Henry VIII's children went on to become rulers of England. His son Edward was actually born at Hampton Court Palace. He was a sickly boy who reigned as King Edward VI for only a few years, dying of tuberculosis in 1553, aged only 15. Henry's eldest daughter, Mary Tudor, reigned for only 5 years. In 1554, she married her first cousin once removed, the future King Philip of Spain. A year later, it was thought that Mary was pregnant. She and her entourage gathered here at the palace to await the birth. However, no baby ever came, her swollen belly the most likely result of a psychological phantom pregnancy. Gregory turned to face Wade and took a wide stance with confidence, his bent elbows making him look larger than he actually was. Elizabeth, like her father, loved Hampton Court, despite having been held prisoner here shortly before her own accession. The only daughter of Henry VIII and his second wife, Anne Boleyn, the young princess's life was tragically thrown into chaos when her mother was beheaded. Elizabeth was declared illegitimate and banished from court, but reinstated after her half-brother Edward's birth. As queen, she often enjoyed relaxation from the cares of state at this palace, She was resting in our gardens after the traditional goose banquet on Michaelmas Day, 1588, when a messenger brought her news of the victory against the Spanish Armada. Many feel this moment was the high point of Elizabeth's extraordinary 45-year reign. Having wound the ancient passageways of the palace, the trio presently stood in front of the large 5 by 12-foot famous dynastic portrait, the family of Henry VIII. The tableau was an oil-on-canvas painting completed in about 1545 by an unknown artist and features the Lady Mary, Prince Edward, King Henry, and his third wife, Jane Seymour, and the Lady Elizabeth Tudor. Gregory pointed out that Elizabeth was wearing her mother's A necklace. "What about her mother?" Wade asked. "Anne Boleyn?" Gregory caressed his whiskers. "Yes, her mother Anne." He sighed, looked to the ground, and smiled. "Yes, Anne Boleyn visited Hampton Court on a number of occasions. Work was still underway on her apartments above the gate when she was put to death at the Tower of London." Julia jumped in. "Do you have any gowns once worn by Tudor women? By Elizabeth?" Gregory thought the question an odd one. "Let me think," was his first reaction. "We have several items of clothing and accessories, jewels, and various personal items." He folded his hands behind his back. "But we have no gowns as such. No gowns, I'm afraid." Disappointed, Julia let Wade continue. "Mr. Gregory, I have a particular interest in the death of Queen Elizabeth. Not the manner of her death, but the rituals surrounding her funeral and burial. Can you help me in this regard?" "Not really," responded the museum director. They wound their way into the heart of the palace, the impressive Great Hall, the last medieval Great Hall built for the English monarchy. Julia eyed the exquisite tapestries hanging on the walls while Wade told Gregory all he had recently learned about the burial gown legend. "I see," said the bearded gentleman. "I was vaguely aware of this legend, but not as cognizant as you are about the tale." He left it at that, adding nothing. Sensing that the time with their guide was waning, Wade and Julia thanked him for the lovely visit and his precious time. Gregory walked them back to the gateway. Then, as he turned to leave, he called out, "I think I do have one thing to add to your gown story, Mr. Wade." They both pivoted back towards the director. "You mentioned Kate Arden." "Yes," replied Wade. "The name of the Queen's seamstress. What of it?" "Curious name, Arden. Very curious." Gregory placed his hands on his hips and spread his legs like a referee or job foreman. "That name rings a bell. During Tudor times, anyway. Wasn't that the maiden name of our great poet's mother?" His voice having gained confidence with each word. Bewildered, Wade shrugged his shoulders, while Julia wrinkled her brow. Yes, that's it. Arden," Gregory announced as his whole face brightened. "That family name belonged to the mother of Shakespeare, William Shakespeare." Chapter 13. A quick online search by Wade confirmed that William Shakespeare's mother was an Arden, Mary Arden. Born in 1564, she had married the playwright's father, John Shakespeare, about 19 years later. Wade was less excited about this find than was the museum director. As a genealogist, Wade knew that Arden was most likely a very common name during those times, and a direct connection with the famous writer was highly unlikely. But it was an interesting possibility. Therefore, he sent both Barthélemy and Hewitt the info, asking them, in separate messages, to investigate any possible association. Julia, on the other hand, was delighted. She could hardly contain her joy behind the wheel of her conspicuous sports car as it left the palace grounds.
"I cannot believe it. I just cannot believe it,"
she half shouted in a schoolgirlish manner.
"I just love the Bard of Avon. I love Shakespeare."
"You do?" Wade asked with raised eyebrows.
"I love the sonnets and all the plays, especially the early ones."
Without being asked, she volunteered her favorites.
"For me, the best are A Midsummer Night's Dream and Romeo and Juliet. What about you, David?"
"Well, Henry V, I guess," he answered hesitantly and without great enthusiasm.
"Typical."
She shook her head and frowned.
"So typical. Band of brothers. Typical guy favorite."
Typical guy favorite? Wade wondered. He didn't think there was such a thing. They drove past a street vendor announcing his wares on a big colorful sign. "Stop, Julia! Stop!" Julia turned off the road onto the embankment. "I'm hungry. Let's grab some fish and chips."
"Are you serious? You can't be serious."
Julia bowed her head onto the steering wheel. Wade jumped out and quickly returned with 2 portions of fried battered fish and hot chips wrapped together in white paper and newspaper. Julia looked revolted.
"Do you expect me to eat this in here?"
"Sure, why not? It's comfortable." Julia rolled her eyes.
"And what about this newspaper? Do you know how many people handle newspapers?"
"Well, you're not expected to eat the paper. Relax, enjoy." She sighed while he set his eyes on the prize. "When in Rome," Wade declared as he joyfully took his first mouthful.
"Oh well,"
Julia conceded.
"I'll diet tomorrow."
They ate where they sat, with Julia enjoying the fast food much more than she thought possible. Despite its many critics, Wade enjoyed English food, gastronomic as well as everyday kitchen meals. His grandfather was also a big fan, but often made it clear that England is more of a nation of cooks than chefs. Wade produced 2 bottles of cold water. "Aqua?"
"Sure, why not?"
Julia gave Wade the wrappings to dispose of and grabbed the drink. "By the way, where did you get this jalopy? The last time I saw you driving was in an Italian equivalent."
"I still have my Ferrari back home. Renting a Jag during my time here seemed like fun. When in England..."
She seemed pleased with her retort. "Now," Wade refocused. "It is mid-afternoon and we have 2 more stops. Let's go."
"Not before we clean up."
Reaching for the Sani wipes in the glove compartment, she gave Wade 1 tissue, then proceeded to wipe her hands, the steering wheel, and finally the seat belt. She was, after all, a bit of a germ freak. Chapter 13, Part 2. Back on the road and moving ever closer to central London, their next destination would be a drive-by viewing of Richmond Palace, another Tudor royal residence on the Thames. It was erected about 1501 by Elizabeth's grandfather, King Henry VII of England, formerly known as the Earl of Richmond. Richmond Palace was a favorite home of Queen Elizabeth, who died there in 1603. Surrounded by her privy councillors and bishops, Elizabeth breathed her last at the age of 69 in the early hours of March 24th. Confident of a hard-earned place in heaven, she slowly slid away from earth. According to the royal chaplain, it was a good death, as Her Majesty departed this life mildly like a lamb, easily like a ripe apple from the tree. The question of succession had been an issue for the Queen's government from the moment she came to the throne. Her advancing age heightened these concerns, but Elizabeth refused to address the matter. many believed that Elizabeth's cousin and godson, King James of Scotland, Protestant son of Mary, Queen of Scots, whom Elizabeth had executed, had the best claim to the throne. In the end, James did succeed Elizabeth as sovereign, finally uniting the crowns of England and Scotland. Richmond Palace remained a residence of the kings and queens of England for the next 150 years. During the 1650s, however, it was largely demolished, the stones and timbers being reused as building materials elsewhere. Only vestigial traces now survived, notably the gatehouse. The area between Richmond Green and the Thames revealed a few other remaining sections of the Tudor structure, later made into a private residence and not open to the public.
"I keep seeing roses everywhere," Julia stated, "in emblems, on textiles, flags. Look, there." She pointed. "A rose on the top of the gate."
"That's the Tudor rose," replied Wade. "When the Lancastrian Henry Tudor took the crown of England from the Yorkist King Richard III at the Battle of Bosworth Field in 1485, he brought an end to the Wars of the Roses between the House of Lancaster, which used the badge of a red rose, and the House of York, which used a white rose." Julia shifted her eyes back and forth from the gate stone rose emblem to Wade's animated face. "To properly appreciate the Tudors, Julia, one must understand that Henry VII won his kingdom at the point of a sword and picked up his newly won crown from the mud of a battlefield." He looked up at the rose insignia. Henry's father was Edmund Tudor from the House of Richmond, and his mother was Margaret Beaufort from the House of Lancaster. Early in 1486, he married Elizabeth of York to bring all factions together and reign as Henry VII, henceforth using the badge that you see on the gate, a unified red and white rose. Julia now understood why the red rose enclosed the white.
"Why did you want to stop here, David? There's not much left of the palace, and we can't even visit."
"I know," Wade agreed, "but Queen Elizabeth was at this palace when her health began to fail. Then she died here. I just want to soak it all in."
"Soak what in?"
Julia asked. "The air, the vibe, the history. Sometimes my mind needs to travel back. It helps. Reading, listening, watching, exploring are all great, but sometimes just sitting still, quiet, can be just as effective, just as good. That's why I often go to cemeteries and sit. Just sit." Julia pretended to understand, but didn't fully. She got out of her car, deciding to give her driving companion some quiet time to channel the past and the great queen at the epicenter of their mission. Chapter 14.
"Where to now, David?"
"We stay on the south side of the Thames. Tell your car's brain that we need directions to Greenwich."
"Where in Greenwich?"
"Palace of Placentia, near the old Royal Naval College." She entered the info.
"I've got directions to the college, but the satellite is not giving me anything for the palace."
"That's okay. The palace doesn't exist anymore." Wade prepared himself for a sharp rebuke.
"What do you mean the palace doesn't exist anymore? Are you telling me this will be another drive-by soaking-in visit?"
"Yep," he said with a grin. "But who knows? Anything can happen." The Palace of Placentia was an English royal palace built on the banks of the River Thames, downstream from London. It was demolished in 1660 to make way for a planned new palace. Nearly 40 years later, however, the Greenwich Hospital was built on the spot instead. It was now the old Royal Naval College, the architectural centerpiece of Maritime Greenwich near the Royal Observatory, keeper of Greenwich Mean Time. The palace was the birthplace of King Henry VIII in 1491 and was his favorite residence, thus figuring heavily in his life. The palace was called Placentia by the king because it was pleasant to live in. Henry participated in the many jousting tournaments held on the grounds. Following Henry's marriage to his first wife, Catherine of Aragon, Placentia became the birthplace of his first daughter, Mary, in 1516. After Henry's marriage to Anne Boleyn, Elizabeth was born at Placentia in 1533. The king married his fourth wife, Anne of Cleves, there in 1540. A tree in Greenwich Park was known as Queen Elizabeth's Oak, in which she was reputed to have played as a child. Upon arrival, Wade brought Julia to view a historic marker on the site of the former palace. Then, bathing in the warmth of the late afternoon sun, they walked across the park to a rather decrepit oak tree. Julia was not impressed. The huge tree dated back to the 12th century and had strong links to the Tudors. Henry VIII once danced around the ancient oak tree with Anne Boleyn, and years later, Queen Elizabeth often took refreshments whilst relaxing in its shade. Although the tree died in the 1800s, the patchwork of ivy that had grown around it had held it upright for well over a century. In fact, the tree stood all the way up until the 1990s, when a heavy rainstorm brought it tumbling down. Apparently, the soil that had been propping up the broken-down old oak was washed away, thus leaving the dead tree free to fall back to earth. Reading about the tree's long story on the various stelas, Julia became a bit more impressed with the fact that the tree was still there, albeit at a rather horizontal angle and covered in an eclectic variety of bugs and fungus. The peaceful quiet of the park was abruptly interrupted by Wade's phone. Julia had walked off a bit but could hear fragments of his conversation. She headed back towards him just as he ended the call. He had not said much while on the phone, having mostly listened. He watched Julia approach him. She noticed the dark, grave expression on his face, as if a violent storm had arisen inside his head. That was Joyce Denny, calling from the Hatfield Hospital, he announced grimly. Concerned, Julia's gaze sharpened as she waited for him to explain. It seems a coroner is performing an autopsy on Walsingham. Why? Julia asked. Was he not terminally ill? Yes, he was, replied Wade, but the hospital staff suspect that he didn't die from his illness. Julia, choosing not to speak, simply gestured for an answer. Wade looked down at his phone screen with a blank gaze, then back up towards Julia. They think he was poisoned. Chapter 15. Exhausted from the long day's schedule, Julia and Wade checked into separate suites at the Warwick Hotel in the heart and centre of London's political and spiritual life. They both agreed to rely on the hotel's generous accommodations and room service for their respective evening needs. Wade grabbed a glass next to his room's complimentary ice bucket tray and placed it in the mini-fridge, planning ahead for a frosty beer. His grandfather had declared many times, "Serving a cold beer and a warm glass is a crime. Whomever commits that sin should go to jail." Remembering the old gent's blunt declarations usually brought a smile to his lips, and this case was no exception. He took a long shower to cleanse himself and to think of his next move. Foul play may have crept into this adventure, and he was determined to counter it, if need be. He dried himself off, put on some comfortable clothes, and had that ice-cold beer he had promised himself. He lifted his size 12 bare feet onto the suite's oval table and opened a bag of complimentary mixed nuts he found next to the room service menu. He turned on the TV and watched for a few minutes, running the channels. He was soon bored. Returning the room to silence, Wade approached the large window and looked out onto nighttime London. He could see Big Ben in the distance, standing tall as the city's illuminated beacon. His enjoyment of the first beer led to another. It seemed even colder. He was suddenly hungry. You can never go wrong with pasta, he reminded himself as he called room service. Returning to the oval table, Wade ignited his tablet just as an incoming video call was announced from Denary's scientist, James Felix. The young man appeared on the screen within seconds in all his Southern California glory. "Hey Dave, what's up?" "I'm looking for something, Jim." "You're always looking for something." "That I am, it seems, that I am." Wade laughed. He always laughed when speaking with James. He also enjoyed James's unpredictable choices of music. Denary's young Einstein loved the 20th century popular classics. Their most recent exchanges had been set to the background music of Chuck Berry, the Monkees, David Cassidy, Michael Jackson, and Led Zeppelin. Today, it was the Beach Boys melodically accompanying their conversation. "Going surfing?" Wade asked. "Nah, too busy." "With what?" "Making stuff for you, dude." Wade loved new toys, especially when they helped with work. Most recently, new iterations were designed by James for the Denary tracking app, allowing the group leader to keep tabs on the whereabouts of each team member at all times. James grew up loving everything science and was passionate about becoming an inventor and innovator. His childhood heroes included Carl Sagan, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Steve Jobs. "Hey Jim, I'm in the land of Newton," declared Wade. "Cool," said James, stretching out one of his favorite words. "Say hi for me. Oh, and tell him to keep up the good work on that gravity thing." Wade laughed, then got back to business. "What have you got for me, Jim?" James reached for a small device no bigger than a pen. "This gadget will let you see through almost anything. Walls, doors, wood, metal, stone, almost anything. Just sync it with any of your devices, point it like a mini camera, and watch the image on your screen." "You mean like an X-ray?" Wade asked with delight. "Yeah, you could say that. Think scanner/radar/T-ray/X-ray, but without radiation." "Nice," said Wade, nodding his head. "Nice." "Send me your location, Dave, and I'll ship it immediately so you can have it by tomorrow. I'll also transmit the application I designed to make it work. But it's not an easy installation. You might need help." "Don't worry about that, Jim. Just send it." "Actually, I'll upload the app to a secure Dropbox and send you the password separately." "Wonderful," Wade said gratefully, just as the phone in his room began ringing. "Got another call, Jim. Gotta go. Take care." Wade reached for his room's landline. "Hello?" "Mr. Wade, this is the front desk calling." "Yes?" "We have a young lady here to see you." Wade drew a breath. "Her name?" "She would rather not say, but she says you know her." Wade wondered who it could be. He decided not to have her sent up to his room, instead preferring to go down to the lobby to meet this person on neutral ground. "Okay, tell her I'll be down in a few minutes. Oh, and please put my room service order on hold." Wade quickly upgraded his casual attire, put on socks and shoes, then headed for the elevator, down to the lobby. There he found his mysterious woman visitor, a tall, sensual Nubian beauty, Denary's Nancy Burnell. Chapter 16. Julia Cartier caressed her skin with a perfumed bar of soap in a large cream-colored ceramic bath with gold-plated faucet and fixtures. She closed her eyes and let the warm vapor caress her face. For a brief instant, her thoughts turned to Wade and his impressive build. Though usually attracted to dark-haired, mysterious types, to her surprise, an appealing image of her blonde friend appeared in her mind. Julia took pleasure in the moment, before shaking it off with a tinge of embarrassment. Her body was toned. She was pleased with her noticeable muscle definition and lean shape, and discreetly proud of her eating and exercise regimen that had helped her first attain, then maintain her svelte figure. To that end, she had become a martial arts practitioner, working out twice a week. Julia took care of her physique and wanted people to know she did. Competition in her business was cutthroat. Every advantage helped. A fashion designer and entrepreneur that produced great-fitting clothes and could also look good wearing them was a plus, and she wanted that plus. At work, she was demanding of her staff. She rarely said thank you or job well done, but you knew if she approved of your work by the next project she assigned you to. That was her way of telling you, job well done. Julia didn't readily give praise, and she didn't easily receive it. She distrusted people who lavished compliments on her, taking it for empty flattery. She especially was suspicious of those who heaped praise with a very large shovel. For relaxation, she usually turned to her interest in art history, her enjoyment of fantasy books and sci-fi TV series and films, the Star Trek franchise being one of her favorites, and both red and white wine. Her ultimate passion, though, was crafting. Yes, crafting. She loved making crafts. Arts and crafts had occupied her youth. While the young children on her street spent their summers playing outdoors, Julia preferred staying home making crafts. Bricolage. Hours were spent puttering about with paper, scissors, string, glue, and numerous other basic materials and tools. She patiently and meticulously fashioned mundane objects into something creatively wonderful. She displayed her best crafts in her office and home, and occasionally gave some to her family and friends. She did not have many friends, being somewhat of a loner, but the few special friends she did have all got crafts. Julia heard a soft knock on the door and answered wearing the room's complimentary bathrobe. She had ordered the chef's salad with a glass of Chianti. She had no particular preference in wine. She liked them all. She was not pretentious about wines, readily acknowledging that her palate was not refined. She enjoyed variety. She positioned the mobile tray in front of the large-screen television and settled in for a quiet evening. Surfing the movie channels, she stumbled onto Zeffirelli's Romeo and Juliet. Her eyes widened. She considered this 1968 classic flick as perhaps the best film version of the Bard's Ode to Tragic Romantic Love. Julia loved everything about this movie: the actors, the costumes, the locations, and the poetry. She first saw this film in high school when studying Shakespeare in an English literature optional course offered by the private school she attended. Despite being surrounded by over 20 bored classmates and a curmudgeon of a teacher in a cold concrete classroom, she was transported to another place, another time. At the film's end, she had cried, the only time she had ever shed tears in public during her high school years. For a moment, Julia considered the coincidence of her now watching Shakespeare after having discussed the playwright with Wade at the end of the day. It was bizarre, but the moment had passed. She was too far gone to reflect any further on the matter. She was completely glued to the screen, fork and glass in hand. Julia was not bothered that the movie had already started. She was not fussy about joining programs in progress. Many viewers refused to do such a thing, but she could and would this evening. Chapter 17. Nancy?
Mr. Wade.
Why didn't you give your name?
I wasn't sure you would want that.
Wade understood. Nancy Burnell was cautious, prudent. She was not big on risks, and he liked that about her, especially because she was his international finance and banking go-to person. How did you know I was here in London? And at this hotel?
Pure coincidence. One of my good friends checked you in. She knows about you and simply called me.
Good. I'm glad to see you. Let's go for a drink. Wade graciously gestured towards the hotel cocktail bar to the right side of the main lobby. He walked beside her and caught her scent. It was inviting. The long-legged former Olympic athlete was built like a rock. Not rough granite, but instead smooth golden alabaster. Although Wade had never had the pleasure of knowing her in that way, he could only imagine the firmness of her body. He allowed her to walk the final few steps in front of his gaze. She was wearing a mid-length skirt and white blouse. He liked to watch her move, but it was a nuisance that she was desirable to him. I'll have a Grand Marnier, and the lady will have... Wade looked at Nancy.
I think I'll have the same.
The waiter gave them a brisk nod, turned and left.
I've never had a Grand Marnier.
You'll like it, Wade said encouragingly. Nancy crossed her legs and involuntarily showed off her athletic limbs. She was built for speed and had showed the world as a British Olympian. Her parents were also veterans of the Summer Games. Her mother, a medalist for Kenya, and her father, a winning coach for the UK.
I know you contact me when needed, Mr. Wade, but I thought...
You did well, Nancy. I'm sure I would have called you at one point during my time here. They spent the next few minutes chatting about nothing much. Nancy remarked that she was enjoying her drink just as Wade realized that his lovely financier could be of help to him after all. Nancy, as you know, I can't give you the complete details of why I'm in London. Nancy nodded. She knew the rules. Members of Denary did not know each other and were given only what they needed in order to get their tasks done. I need you to do a financial analysis of a very wealthy man named Walsingham. I'll send you all his personal info. I want to know how he made his money, where he keeps it, what he owns, and any ties he has with third parties, international and domestic. Wade took a sip of his drink. Oh, and do the same for his wife. Give me the whole story, the complete picture, as usual. He signaled the end of their impromptu rendezvous by standing, unceremoniously. She did the same. Wade didn't bother telling Nancy that he expected results ASAP. She knew every request was ASAP. He escorted her to the revolving lobby door and bid farewell without the slightest affectionate sign or gesture. Although she was Nancy to him, he was Mr. Wade to her. And that is how he wanted it to remain. As Wade headed back to the elevator, he noticed a man eyeing him from next to the concierge's side desk. It was the same man that he had noticed minutes before, seated on a stool at the bar's counter. Wade looked straight at the man. The stranger did not turn away, eyeing Wade as he walked towards the elevator. Do I know him? Wade thought. Does he know me? During the brief moment he waited for the elevator doors to open, Wade noticed the stranger turn and depart through the revolving lobby door. Am I being followed? And if so, why? And by whom? The elevator doors opened, but Wade was no longer in front of them, having bolted from the lobby. He quickly caught up to the stranger on the outside pavement in front of his hotel. Hey! Wade shouted. The man turned, then froze. Do I know you? The stranger reached inside his vest pocket and pulled out an identification badge. I doubt it, Mr. Wade, but we know you. Wade glanced at the badge, then back at the stranger. I'm with Scotland Yard. Chapter 18. The interrogation room was hot and uncomfortable. Bare. Except for a few wooden chairs and a rectangular table resembling cheap furniture found in civic community centers. The room was typical government issue, with generic fluorescent lighting. Wade could hear the humming emitted from the light source. Fluorescent fixtures always hummed in a most annoying way. Wade sat alone in silence, shifting in his seat, waiting. He was not in trouble, or was he? When pressed, the plainclothes police officer he had confronted on the front sidewalk of his hotel admitted that his superiors simply wished to confirm his whereabouts while in London. When pressed further, the officer had admitted it concerned the Walsingham death, now classified as suspicious. Wade was told he was not a suspect, but merely a person of interest whose questioning was not yet required, but if he felt compelled, he was more than welcome to ride with the officer to the yard to meet with the appropriate personnel assigned to the case. Now that the police were involved, Wade saw this as a chance to learn more. He thus readily agreed to voluntarily accompany the officer to his headquarters. While in the police vehicle, Wade shot off a quick missive to Sasha Kirov, Denary's intelligence resource agent based in Russia. He appraised Sasha of the situation and asked to meet with a high-level person at the yard. Wade knew Sasha would understand and act accordingly with haste. Scotland Yard is a metonym for the headquarters of the Metropolitan Police Service, or MPS, the territorial police force responsible for policing most of Greater London. The building was modern, but the iconic sign outside the former building had been moved to the new location. The MPS was formed by British Prime Minister Robert Peel in 1829. London bobbies are named after him. Peel, with the help of Eugène François Vidocq, the father of modern criminology and of the French police department, and the first private detective, had selected the original site of Scotland Yard on Whitehall Place for the inaugural police headquarters. Wade knew of its rich history, which included its unsolved and still open Jack the Ripper case. The Black Museum, also known as the Crime Museum of Scotland Yard, founded in 1874, was a collection of criminal memorabilia. Wade had once been given a private tour. He recalled that some of the exhibits were macabre and bloody. He was not comfortable around blood. Time crawled. Wade worked his mobile device. Finally, a seemingly average man of average height and average looks entered the room and addressed Wade in an ordinary manner. "Good evening, Mr. Wade. Allow me to apologize for the long wait. I am Detective Chief Inspector Compton, and the Yard has been apprised of your status and situation by an outside confidential source." Sasha, Wade guessed. Sasha. "I suggest we exchange information and see how we can help each other." Wade agreed and proceeded to give Inspector Compton the full account of the past few days, his findings, activities, and speculations. "Thank you for sharing your information. Now, let me put you up to date from our side." Wade was especially anxious for any new info regarding Walsingham's autopsy. Chapter 18, Part 2. Although a possible homicide in Hatfield is usually beyond our jurisdiction, when asked to intervene by a local police department with few resources, we often do so. And in this case, we have certain expertise that our colleagues in Hatfield do not possess. You see, Mr. Wade, Robert Walsingham Denny's preliminary autopsy report indicates that he was indeed poisoned. Wade clenched his fist. By who? How? Why?
That we do not yet know, and that is why we must work together.
Are there any suspects?
Only the usual. The wife, the housemaid, his chauffeur, the grounds crew. We are questioning them as we speak.
What about the method of poisoning? Any ideas?
As far as we can tell, the poison was not gradual, not administered over a period of time, that is, days or weeks. We think he was poisoned in one big dose the evening before his death.
You mean only a few hours before he died?
Yes, that's what we think. It rapidly leached the life out of him.
I'm sure you've already investigated his nightly routine, Wade asked the inspector.
Yes, we have. Like clockwork, every evening at 9 p.m., his live-in housemaid, before she retired for the day, brought a tray to his bedroom with a pastry, a piece of fresh fruit, and a tall glass of Gordon's dry gin on ice, mixed with lemon-lime soda.
What about his wife, Joyce?
She never partook in any eating or drinking before bed, preferring to read without distractions. Both she and her husband always got in bed at 9 o'clock and closed the lights 1 hour later, at 10.
When exactly did he get sick?
Well, as you know, the victim was already very sick, with a terminal illness which caused him to cough throughout the night. His wife had grown accustomed to the coughing and could now sleep anyway. This particular evening, however, a few hours after lights out, around 1 a.m., the victim began making unusual noises along with violent body spasms. Awoken, his wife immediately called the medical emergency responders. The victim died 2 hours later at the hospital. At first, everyone assumed he had died from symptoms of his terminal illness. It was only later that morning that another cause was suspected, prompting the need for an official autopsy.
If he did die from ingesting something that evening, Wade surmised, whoever poisoned him surely hoped his illness would mask the true cause of death.
We'll continue our investigation, Mr. Wade. You're free to leave and continue your work. But let's keep in touch.
Wade nodded.
Oh, and it goes without saying that all your efforts on behalf of your client must remain legal. Otherwise,
he chuckled slightly,
we might have a second investigation on our hands.
Wade smiled politely and shook the inspector's hand. Compton offered him a ride back to his hotel in a squad car. Walking through the hotel lobby, Wade was asked about his room service order that had been kept on hold for hours. He canceled the order. It was late. He was drained. He needed to sleep. But before closing his eyes to the darkness, he retained one last thought for the day. Was Walsingham poisoned by mistake or by design? Chapter 19.
Good morning, David. Did you sleep well?
All right, I guess.
How did you spend your evening? What did you do?
Oh, nothing much. Wade had returned to his room from Scotland Yard at 3 a.m. He had only slept 4 hours. Julia had a light bounce in her step.
I had a great relaxing evening and slept a bunch. I feel great.
Good to hear, Wade said, without a trace of a bounce in his words. The two had met in the lobby at 7 a.m. sharp, as agreed upon the previous day. Wade appreciated her soft skills, punctuality being one of them. They headed towards the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Hewitt Fothergill was waiting for them at a corner table.
David, I didn't know we were having breakfast with Hewitt this morning.
Yes, I asked him to join us, to prepare us for our visit. Julia was not aware of a planned visit, but knew that she would shortly be apprised of their itinerary. As they approached the seated professor, Julia noticed him wearing the same crumpled tweed three-piece suit and bow tie, but today, the color was different. Yesterday, brown. Today, gray. Her mind instantly conjured up an image of the nice professor's wardrobe, a line of identical off-the-rack suits and matching bow ties, one combo designated for each day of the week.
I guess that's one less thing for him to think on in the morning. This guy has bachelor written all over him,
concluding her thoughts with a soft inner smile. Wade and Hewitt caught each other's eyes and nodded. "Hello again, Miss Cartier." Hewitt rose up to gallantly pull her chair. Cartier. Is that for the explorer or jeweler?"
"Both,"
Julia replied with a mischievous grin. Wade smirked and shook his head. This running gag was slowly becoming a marathon. Hewitt was very cheerful. "It's always good fun for me to be in London, and I look forward to our Abbey visit." Julia, upon hearing their post-breakfast destination, began polishing the already polished utensils, cup, and plate on the table in front of her. For the first time since they had met, Wade noticed her germ-phobic behavior, but he didn't mention it. The trio each ordered their food and beverage of choice. Then Wade turned to Hewitt and asked him to prepare them for the Abbey visit. The professor gladly began his private mini-lecture. "When Elizabeth I of England died at Richmond Palace on March 24, 1603, it was an occasion of universal mourning throughout the kingdom. It was believed at the time that with her death she took one step closer to the angels." He smiled. "For some days the body lay at Richmond and then was brought by barge to Whitehall Palace, not far from where we presently dine, to lie in state. Thousands of Londoners turned out to see her funeral procession to the Abbey on April 28th. The long stream of mourners wound its way to the Abbey. The event was described at that time by a man who attended Elizabeth's funeral and later wrote." He reached for the tablet, then lifted his index finger with authority. "There was such a general sighing, groaning, and weeping as the like hath not been seen or known in the memory of man." Pleased with his delivery, he looked at the faces seated with him for a reaction, but found none. "Anyway," he resumed, a bit dejected, "the coffin, draped in purple velvet befitting a Queen of England, was borne on a chariot drawn by 4 grey horses, which were draped in a black livery. The coffin was covered by a large canopy, which was held by 6 knights of the realm. On top of the coffin lay a coloured wooden funeral effigy of the Queen, dressed in the finest of clothes bearing all the monarch's regalia. The carved model was so lifelike it made the people of London gasp." Again, Wade searched the 2 faces staring at him for a reaction, but found none. "The chief mourners were all dressed in black. The Queen's body was encased in lead within the wooden coffin, and first buried in the vault of her grandfather Henry VII, underneath his monument in the Abbey. The Archbishop of Canterbury conducted the funeral service while the congregation wept. The choristers sang with musicians playing instruments. It was a grand spectacle, quite impressive." Reaching its climax, Hewitt's enthusiastic and colorful description had become contagious. Julia was mesmerized. not noticing the arrival of her food. Wade leaned forward. When was the Queen's lead coffin closed for the last time? Ah, that is the million-pound question, Hewitt teased, raising his index finger towards the ceiling once again. Some say Richmond, others Whitehall Palace, but a few think at the Abbey, minutes before the church funerary service began. What does the gown legend say? Julia asked Hewitt while buttering her whole wheat toast. The legend is silent on the matter. Silent. Wade offered Hewitt a pensive look, then turned to his meal. They ate hastily, in silence. Wade charged their meal to his hotel account, and then ceremoniously addressed his breakfast companions with a pinch of light-hearted drama as he struck an Elizabethan actor's pose. Let's go, my friends. Time to walk the hallowed interior of the Anglosphere's most revered location, Westminster Abbey. Chapter 20. The triumvirate walked across Parliament Square towards the Abbey. Hewitt negotiated the oncoming ballet of pedestrian traffic with an awkward stride, duck style. Julia chuckled to herself at the sight of Hewitt's gait, along with his matching socks and tweed hat. Once again, she could not help but like the professor. He's not bad looking, she thought. He's just funny looking. In quick time, the trio approached the grand structure. Viewing the splendor of the ancient edifice with a collective spirit of awe, reverence, and excitement. Westminster Abbey is a large twin-towered Gothic church with a vast interior. Founded over a millennium ago, it is one of the United Kingdom's most notable religious buildings and the traditional place of coronation and burial site for English and later British monarchs. Many royal marriages and national commemorative events have also been held within its walls. As the trio approached the front entrance, Hewitt politely pushed forward through the queue of tourists towards the ticket booth and gave his name. The attendant opened a side drawer and handed him an envelope. Hewitt retrieved its contents, giving his cohorts each a laminated clip-on badge written Guest Privilege. Wade didn't ask, but assumed Hewitt had his contacts. They heard religious organ music being played as they entered, a reminder to tourists that the sanctuary was prima facie an active church, not a museum. They walked down the nave and across the transept towards the apse. They took each step in silence, heads turning this way and that to capture as much as possible of the rich architecture, marble carvings, sculptures, paintings, tapestries, ornaments, decorations, and religious icons. Their walk through the Abbey was done in a straight line with no detours, turns, wanderings, or stops, as tempting as it may have been. Julia and Wade followed Hewitt on his planned route past brass gates and up a flight of stairs into the magnificent Henry VII Chapel, a large lady chapel devoted to the Virgin Mary at the far eastern end of the Abbey, paid for by the last testament of the first Tudor king. The structure of the chapel is a three-aisled nave composed of 4 bays. The apse of the sanctuary contains the altar, and behind that, the tombs of Henry VII and his wife. The chapel is built in a very late perpendicular Gothic style and is noted for its pendant fan vault ceiling. The tombs of several other monarchs, including Edward VI, Elizabeth I, Mary I, James I, Charles II, and Mary, Queen of Scots, are found in the chapel. The chapel has also been the mother church of the Order of the Bath since 1725, and the member banners hang above wooden stalls. There are also 5 small apsidal chapels. Hewitt stopped in the center of the chapel and turned to his followers, addressing them in a respectful, if loud, whisper. Elizabeth's grandfather, Henry Tudor, rebuilt this chapel in 1502
and dedicated it to the mother of Jesus. It is considered a Marian chapel. In the 1200s, a movement towards devotion to Mary inspired the building of chapels in her honor across Europe. This chapel was part of that trend. In addition to venerating the Virgin Mary, Henry also wanted a royal mausoleum for him, his family, and his heirs at an important religious site that would enhance his legitimacy as king and propagate his legacy.
Hewitt moved closer to his small audience.
I must remind you that Henry VII was considered by many a usurper of the throne, causing him to constantly defend, promote, and solidify his tenuous claim to the crown.
"Who is buried here?" asked Julia, feeling a bit uneasy. She was a touch claustrophobic and not comfortable in cemeteries or crypts. Ever since childhood, she was nervy with the thought of being encased in a container for eternity.
Over 30 royals and nobles are interred in this chapel, including,
he began to point,
Henry VII himself, Mary, Queen of Scots, and her son, King James, and Henry VIII's children, Edward, Mary, and Elizabeth.
Where is Henry VIII buried? Julia's curiosity not yet satisfied.
At Windsor Castle, Hewitt answered matter-of-factly. He had planned a massive tomb monument for himself and his third wife, Jane Seymour, but it was never built. Ironically, this lion of a king, who embodied absolute power, grandeur, extravagance, and opulence, lies in a plain vault in the castle's St. George's Chapel, marked only by a simple marble slab.
"What about Elizabeth?" Wade asked, redirecting Denary's historian back to the main purpose of their visit.
"Ah, yes, Gloriana, the Rose of England."
His loud whisper had suddenly risen in pitch. He raised his eyebrows and gave them an elfish smile.
"Follow me."
Tailing Hewitt to the north aisle of the chapel, the trio approached a large marble structure. Wade directed his sight to the royal effigy's face atop an above-ground stone vault, while Julia set her eyes on the Queen's splendid dress, asking herself,
"Is this the gown we are searching for?"
Chapter 21. Wade was holding his phone, preparing to take photos when the device began to vibrate. Mariko was sending him the data he had requested regarding Elizabethan gowns. The timing of this missive was eerie, although somewhat opportune. "This," Hewitt pronounced, pointing to the structure, "is the grand monument of sister queens, Elizabeth and Mary. The actual tomb, where Elizabeth and her half-sister rest in their stately coffins, is under this floor." He stomped his foot on the hard surface. "The tomb is accessed via steps leading down into a dark vault by the raising of a stone slab that covers the entrance over there." He pointed. "A few feet from the actual tomb. Elizabeth's coffin rests on the top of the coffin of Queen Mary."
"Wait a minute,"
Julia interrupted.
"The coffin of Elizabeth is on top of her sister's coffin?"
"Yes," pointing again towards the floor to reinforce his explanation. "This tomb below encloses 2 coffins, and 2 only. The coffins within the tomb contain the bodies of Elizabeth and her sister Mary. On Elizabeth's coffin is an inscription and a Tudor badge, a full double rose deeply but simply incised in outline on the middle of the cover, the august initials ER, and below the memorial date 1603. Sensing, by the look on Julia's face, that he had not yet been fully understood, the professor tried again.
After a few years of temporary repose in the vault of her grandfather, Elizabeth's coffin was finally moved here in 1606 to the north aisle of his chapel and laid on top of the coffin of her half-sister Mary, entombed under this large white marble monument, which was erected for Queen Elizabeth by her successor, King James. Julia finally nodded her comprehension. He nodded back and continued. This monument, however, is less tall than the monument James later erected for his mother Mary, Queen of Scots, in the opposite aisle of the chapel. Hewitt now turned his attention to the Queen's marble effigy. The original wooden funeral effigy that had been carried on Elizabeth's hearse was remade in 1760 with a wax head and new outer clothes. The original and unique corset from the 1603 effigy still survives, however, and after recent conservation is displayed in the Abbey Museum. He returned his attention to the stone likeness of the Queen laid out before him. This recumbent effigy resembles portraits of the Queen in old age. Notice the gilded collar. It is modern, added in 1975. The crown, the cross on the orb, and the scepter the Queen holds are also modern replacements, the originals having been stolen centuries ago. This railing around the tomb, he caressed the cold metal, is another modern replacement for a lost original. He suddenly grasped the iron fence with vigor, showing off its solidity. Chapter 21, Part 2. Wade circled the 10 by 14 foot fenced-in monument, but kept an ear tuned into Hewitt's voice. Julia continued to be mesmerized by the Queen's attire, but glanced back at the professor as encouragement for him to proceed. He did. Although the Queen's effigy is now just white marble, a drawing dating back to the early 17th century shows the Queen wearing an ermine-lined crimson robe, with a blue orb in her hand, a colored dress, and flesh coloring on her face. The 4 lions at each corner of the effigy were gilded. As you can see, no trace of this color now remains. Hewitt paused and took a step back from the railing. Notice there are several Latin inscriptions on the monument. Allow me to read a translation. He opened a thin pamphlet that he had been carrying in his left hand since entering the abbey and began reading aloud. Sacred to memory. Religion to its primitive purity restored. Peace settled. Money restored to its just value. Domestic rebellion quelled. France relieved when involved with intestine divisions. The Netherlands supported. The Spanish Armada vanquished. Ireland almost lost by rebels, eased by routing the Spaniard. The revenues of both universities much enlarged by a law of provisions. And lastly, all England enriched. Elizabeth, a most prudent governor 45 years, a victorious and triumphant queen, most strictly religious, most happy, by a calm and resigned death at her 70th year left her mortal remains, till by Christ's word they shall rise to immortality, to be deposited in the church, by her established and lastly founded. She died the 24th of March, anno 1603, of her reign the 45th year, of her age the 70th. Hewitt lifted his head from the pamphlet and pointed. The inscription over here reads as follows. To the eternal memory of Elizabeth, Queen of England, France, and Ireland, daughter of King Henry VIII, granddaughter of King Henry VII, great-granddaughter to King Edward IV, mother of her country, a nursing mother to religion and all liberal sciences, skilled in many languages, adorned with excellent endowments both of body and mind, and excellent for princely virtues beyond her sex. James, King of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, hath devoutly and justly erected this monument to her whose virtues and kingdoms he inherits. And finally, on the base of the monument we find words addressing the fact that two sisters are laid to rest here. Ironically, Hewitt chuckled mildly, the Catholic bloody queen had always disliked her youngest sister Elizabeth and once imprisoned her in the Tower of London. This time Hewitt did not read from his pamphlet, but simply looked down at the inscription and offered his own extemporaneous translation. Consorts or partners, both in throne and grave. Here we sleep or rest, two sisters, Elizabeth and Mary, in the hope of our resurrection. The erudite professor concluded his translations just as Wade completed his circumnavigation of the marble memorial. The three stood in proximity, sharing a moment without words. Wade's device vibrated again. He fingered the screen and read its message. His face tightened. He hesitated, then looked up and met Hewitt's eyes. Does Shakespeare have any enemies in the 21st century? Chapter 22. The trio stood outside of the Abbey. Upon hearing Wade's question about the Bard of Avon, Hewitt had remarked that the queries seemed to come out of left field, an American slang phrase he knew only Yanks could understand. Julia was also surprised by the question, but not as much as the professor. Asked to explain, Wade instead had quickly ushered his friends out of the church and into the adjacent cloister garden. With its square of turf bounded by cloisters, this tiny nature reserve had once given the monks somewhere to rest their eyes and minds. The trio had advanced through an archway and turned left onto the cobbled courtyard. The monks had walked here in their time of quiet reflection and reading. Hewitt could still trace the paving stones of their circular walk in the rough, cut grass. Metaphysically speaking, green was symbolic of rebirth, and therefore appropriate for spiritual refreshment. Wade was cognizant of this centuries-old green space and hoped its fresh air might enlighten his thoughts, not in a spiritual way, but intellectually. They sat on a dark brown wooden garden bench and resumed their conversation. Okay, David, what are you talking about? What are you asking me? Wade bent over, placed his elbows on his knees, then proceeded to tell Hewitt about Kate Arden, the Queen's last seamstress. I can see the possible family name connection, Hewitt reacted skeptically, but it seems like quite a long shot. Perhaps, Wade agreed, but I just got confirmation that there is a connection. Hewitt knew better than to ask for the source of this new information. He was well aware that Wade was a top-notch genealogist and probably had experts in the field working for him, but Hewitt knew nothing of Barthélemy. It appears Kate Arden was William Shakespeare's cousin, Wade explained. Will's mother, Mary Arden, had several sisters and one brother, Thomas. Although very little is known about Thomas Arden, my research tells me that he fathered a girl who grew up to become a talented seamstress, so talented that she was eventually called upon to serve her queen. Amazing! Julia exclaimed, her face aglow. Hewitt looked befuddled. He slowly responded in a cautious manner. If this info wasn't coming from you, David, I wouldn't believe it. Well, believe it, Hewitt. For now, anyway. Let's assume it's true. He reclined and straightened his posture. Let's refocus on the gown legend. Julia and Hewitt volunteered facial expressions indicating their willingness to do so.
If the Queen's funerary dress was taken and hidden by her seamstress, Wade spoke as he was thinking, slowly, deliberately, each word heavily considered before being uttered. And if that seamstress was William Shakespeare's cousin, then perhaps whomever is trying to thwart our efforts at retrieving the gown 4 centuries later may be foes of the bard. Wade paused to reflect, then looked directly at Hewitt and asked, I therefore repeat, my dear friend, does Shakespeare have any enemies in the 21st century? Julia turned to Hewitt, nervous with anticipation. Hewitt froze, looked straight ahead at nothing, then took a deep breath and rose. The anti-Stratfordians, Hewitt declared. The anti-Stratfordians hate Shakespeare. Chapter 23. Julia drove like Wade thought, ready to react to any anomaly in the road. They had wasted no time checking out of their London hotel and escaping the capital city's urban constraints for the English countryside, northwestward bound. Denary's historian had bid them farewell at Westminster Abbey, returning to his academic obligations in Sheffield. As promised, Denary's scientist had expedited a small package to Wade, which was presented to him at the administration desk upon departing the hotel. The package contained the small optical see-through device shown to him by James Felix during their video chat the day before. Wade stored the device with his tablet and retrieved the password, giving him access to the functional app. Rajiv Mohandas was Denary's youngest star, a forward-leaning computer prodigy in India. He was the final piece of the Denary puzzle, having been recruited by Wade only recently. So far so good was Wade's evaluation of him. So far so great, actually. Rajiv had performed impeccably on the many jobs given to him by his leader. Also, despite not knowing anything about James Felix, Rajiv always came through when asked to install James's new creations or updates. The 2 Denary acolytes appeared to be simpatico on multiple levels, and Wade hoped this trend would continue on this day. The key to Denary was coordinating varied experts working together towards a common goal without each member actually comprehending the big picture. In other words, pieces in a puzzle, without any associate other than Wade ever actually seeing the whole jigsaw. Wade had voice commanded his intelligent personal assistant device to send Rajiv instructions and the password to retrieve James's app. The Indian youth had access to all of Wade's devices, thus allowing him to properly install the program universally. All of Wade's machines were compatible and receptive to James's inventions. James had made sure of that long ago. Functionality was primordial. Wade now turned his attention to Mariko's message and documents relating to the gown. He read aloud the detailed notes sent by her regarding Elizabethan Era clothing. Julia listened with interest. I can't make heads or tails of this, Julia.
Do not worry, David. If we start touching fabrics, I will know what we are dealing with.
Reassured, Wade forwarded Mariko's text and image files to his new cloth expert. He chuckled to himself, acknowledging that Julia's many skills often seemed to come in handy. Next, Wade began mulling over the trunk full of verbal information Hewitt had shared with him regarding Shakespeare's modern-day adversaries, the anti-Stratfordians. Overwhelmed by the data, he closed his eyes to the beautiful English paysage and built a mental organizational graphic of what he knew so far. All the players figured prominently on his cerebral flowchart. The diagrammatic representation which appeared in his head expanded and began illustrating a solution model to his problem. The multiple possibilities and connections were both promising and challenging, but for now, as he opened his eyes wide to the midday light, there was one key question that occupied his mind and demanded an answer. Did Shakespeare really write Shakespeare? Chapter 24. Julia was hungry. They hadn't eaten since breakfast, and it was long past lunch.
"Let's stop for a quick bite, David."
Wade nodded. Julia took Wade's order and left him in the car, laboring over his tablet as she approached the roadside eatery. All he wanted was a sandwich, any kind, and water. She intended to order a healthy salad of some sort with an iced tea. Before she returned, Wade put aside his device and disembarked the vehicle for a stretch. His phone rang. The number was masked. He answered. "Hello?"
"Good day, Mr. Wade."
"Who is this?" Wade asked sharply.
"I am the man who has the item that you are looking for."
"Excuse me?"
"You know what I speak of, Mr. Wade. I have what you and your former client want, and I can deliver it to you any time."
"What do you want for it?"
"I will let you know that when I next call you. Where are you headed?"
Wade told the caller his destination.
"Perfect. I will join you there and contact you once I am settled in."
But the line went silent. Wade immediately sent a message to Rajiv, asking him to trace the call. He then joined Julia at one of the outside parasol tables for lunch. He told her about the mysterious caller. They both surmised that it was surely the same man that had called his client, Walsingham, a few months ago. Wade rang his Scotland Yard contact to tell him about these new developments. Inspector Compton noted the info and reciprocated by telling Wade that his team had not yet identified a suspect, but his lab had identified the type of poison that had been administered to Walsingham. A substance known as cantarella, available as both a white powder and a clear liquid. Cantarella, Wade knew, was an obscure Renaissance poison allegedly used by the Borgias during the papacy of Pope Alexander VI. It was probably a variation of arsenic, or cantharidin powder, an odorless, colorless terpenoid secreted by many species of blister beetles. Upon finishing his conversation with Compton, Wade ran towards the Jag and fished for his tablet, which contained his highlighted notes about his client's ancestor, Sir Francis Walsingham. He had a hunch. Wade did a quick search and found what he had remembered reading. Queen Elizabeth's spymaster had been known to use poison in his dealing with enemy agents, and his poison of choice was rumored to be cantarella. Chapter 25. Who wrote Shakespeare? Who really wrote Shakespeare? Wade again reflected on the question posed by himself and countless others since the middle of the 19th century. The Shakespeare authorship question was the argument that someone other than William Shakespeare of Stratford wrote the text attributed to him. Anti-Stratfordians, a collective term for adherents of the various alternative authorship theories, believe that Shakespeare of Stratford-upon-Avon was a front to conceal the identity of the real writer or writers, who for some reason could not accept or did not want public credit. Although the idea has attracted much public interest, all but a few Shakespeare experts and literary historians consider it a far-flung belief and, for the most part, acknowledge it only to disparage or rebut the claims. Queen Elizabeth's reign had inspired a national literature. It was during this time that the English language became eloquent, expressive, refined, and comprehensible in a wide variety of genres. The author, who wrote as William Shakespeare, was but one of many talented writers of the epoch, albeit he is by far the best known today. Shakespeare's authorship was first questioned during the Victorian era, when adulation of the Stratford man as the greatest author of all time was at its zenith. Shakespeare's biography, particularly his obscure life and modest origins, seemed incompatible with his poetic eminence and his reputation for genius, arousing suspicion that the man from Stratford might not have written the plays attributed to him. The controversy had since spawned a vast body of research and literature, and almost 100 authorship candidates have been proposed. Supporters of alternative candidates contend that theirs is the more plausible writer and that the player from Stratford lacked the education, wide breadth of knowledge, aristocratic sensibility, or familiarity with the royal court that they say is apparent in the texts. They argue that the works are steeped in nobility and demonstrate a keen knowledge of power from the point of view of royals, courtiers, and courts.
"This is crazy," exclaimed Julia. "I've never heard of such nonsense."
Wade had decided to reanimate the discussion with Julia, but now regretted it. The bard was one of her literary heroes, and she would have none of it.
"Shakespeare's authorship was not questioned during his lifetime or for centuries after his death," Julia argued. "Why can't we all just accept that he was a genius and leave it at that?"
She waited for Wade to support her statement, then added,
"All this appears to me to be intellectual snobbery. Don't you agree?"
Wade grimaced. "I'm trying to keep an open mind." Feeling slightly rejected, Julia redirected her full attention to the winding road in front of her, preferring to listen instead of making further pronouncements about this controversy. "It is true," Wade analyzed aloud, "that the scant historical record does support Shakespeare's authorship, but the anti-Stratfordians postulate some type of conspiracy that shielded the writer's true identity, which they say explains why no documentary evidence exists for their candidate." Julia fumed, but remained true to her unannounced vow of silence. "I've never been big on conspiracies," Wade continued, "but in this case, I need to consider all options." He turned his head and looked out the car's side window. He thought about how most anti-Stratfordians believe that the Shakespeare canon exhibits such depth of learning and intimate knowledge of the Elizabethan court and politics that no one but an educated court insider or nobleman could have written it. Apart from acting notices, critical commentary, and literary references, the available data regarding Shakespeare's life consist of dry personal details such as records of his baptism, marriage and death, lawsuits to recover debts, tax records, and real estate transactions. Astonishingly, his last testament does not include the bequeathal of any books, and no document attests that he received an education. In addition, no literary manuscripts or personal letters written by the man of Stratford survive. Despite the low survival rate for documents of this era, to skeptics, these gaps in the record suggest a profile of a man who differs markedly from the gifted author who wrote Hamlet and Macbeth. Chapter 25, Part 2. Very little is known of his personal life, Julia, and some anti-Stratfordians take this as indirect evidence against his authorship. Julia could no longer contain herself.
"William Shakespeare was not royalty or part of the aristocracy. It is normal that his commoner's life was not fully documented and preserved."
"I agree, and the majority of scholars feel the same. But the conspiracists insist that the lack of biographical information is an indication of an organized attempt by government officials to censor all traces of Shakespeare from the historical record and to hide the true writer's identity." Julia huffed and shook her head in disbelief, folding her lips into a hard line. "I know it's tough to swallow, Julia, but these people have accumulated circumstantial evidence, such as similarities between the events and characters portrayed in the texts, and the biography of their preferred candidate, literary parallels with the known texts of their candidate, and concealed cryptographic allusions and codes in Shakespeare's own works written by contemporaries. Julia, gripped with fury, continued to steam and shake her head. Wade appeared oblivious to the extent of his driver's consternation over the controversy. On the other hand, he counter-argued, nearly all academic Shakespeareans believe that the playwright and poet referred to as Shakespeare was the same man who was born in Stratford in 1564 and who died there in 1616. He became an actor and shareholder in the playing company that owned the Blackfriars Theatre, the Globe Theatre, and exclusive rights to produce Shakespeare's works from 1594 to 1642. But, emphasizing the word, despite the scholarly consensus, a relatively small but highly diverse and visible assortment of supporters have questioned the conventional attribution. He reached for his tablet and began reading aloud. Including prominent public figures such as Mark Twain, Henry James, Walt Whitman, Sigmund Freud, Helen Keller, Charlie Chaplin, Michael York, Jeremy Irons, John Gielgud, Mark Rylance, and Derek Jacobi, who have found the arguments against Shakespeare's authorship persuasive. His eyes abandoned the digital screen and fixed on Julia's profile. Their endorsements are an important element in many anti-Stratfordian arguments. Remind me, David, how all of this ties in with modern anti-Stratfordians. Wade stroked his stubbled cheek inattentively. Most of the candidates put forth as the true author of the works by William Shakespeare are talented noblemen. Modern anti-Stratfordians believe the use of the Shakespeare pen name was attributed to the stigma of print, a convention that aristocratic writers could not take credit for authoring plays for the public stage. All interesting, David, but I still don't believe it. Julia made her concluding declaration with less fervor than her previous statements, instead employing a more conciliatory tone. I need to know more about all this, Wade stated, channeling his inner scholar. Information is the only true currency. Coincidentally, his comment requesting additional knowledge accompanied their drive-by of a large highway panel, signaling their imminent arrival in England's academic hub, the historic University City of Oxford. Chapter 26.
Welcome to Jesus College.
The voice was soft, sultry, sexy, familiar to Julia, but not familiar enough to identify straight off. Then, like an apparition, a gorgeous young woman occupied her sightline. Entirely clad in grey leather, except for a bare midriff, the high-heeled vixen leaned on her left leg, shoulders turned slightly, with hips shifted in her trademark contrapposto stance. Ashen cloud nail polish on fingers and toes, this goddess was tall, perfectly tall, and slim, with tight pants leaving very little to the imagination. Her long red hair, thick and rich, cascaded down her back with abandon. Julia was impressed. Again. It was not her first encounter with this blue-eyed hellcat. The statuesque girl fronting Wade and Julia carried nothing, except her name, Firebird.
Hi, Blondie.
The redhead greeted her Denary boss with just the right dose of breathy attitude in her voice. Hey yourself, Red, he responded teasingly, always pleased to hear her Irish lilt. Wade reintroduced Julia. Nothing was exchanged between the two women other than a polite handshake. Julia remembered that Firebird was an art historian, curator, and restorer from Dublin. It occurred to Julia that, once again, Wade had planned ahead without consulting or telling her. She reminded herself that she was just along for the ride. The well-endowed redhead led them to the grand dining room, simply called the hall. The high pale-colored plaster roof and upper walls contrasted nicely with the darker wood-paneled lower walls. The floor was cleared of the long tables and benches used for meals during the academic year, revealing a rich brown wooden surface that complemented the wooden window frames nicely. Julia was astonished to find the walls strewn with dozens of hanging portraits of Queen Elizabeth I. She noticed that Wade looked less surprised, a sure sign to her that he expected to find the hall adorned in this way.
This dining area usually has portraits on its walls of notable benefactors and alumni. But as I mentioned to David when he called me, a red carpet event displaying portraits of the college's founder, Queen Elizabeth, was held here yesterday. As you can see, there are over 30 portraits of the Queen assembled for this special exhibition that opens to the public tomorrow. Last evening, I attended the VIP cocktail launch and obtained permission for us to view the paintings privately today.
Julia was impressed by the special access they had been given. "So what have we got here?" Wade addressed Firebird with his business voice. The red-haired scholar spun round in place while looking at the portraits, then stopped and began.
Jesus College was founded in 1571 under the reign of Elizabeth I, making it the only Elizabethan college within the University of Oxford. It is officially known as Jesus College in the University of Oxford of Queen Elizabeth's Foundation.
She looked directly at Wade.
You said you wanted to see examples of the Queen's gowns. Well, feast your eyes on these 30-something portraits of varied quality, painted at different times throughout the life of Elizabeth, both as princess and queen.
Julia and Wade separated, walking in opposite directions, looking at different portraits, expecting Firebird to continue her explanations.
The portraiture of Queen Elizabeth I of England illustrates the evolution of English royal portraits from the representations of simple likenesses to the later, multifaceted imagery used to convey the power, authority, supremacy, and aspirations of the state, as well as of the monarch at its head. Elizabeth paid more attention to propaganda than art, disseminating her portraits widely throughout her realm.
Firebird began pointing her elegant index finger to appropriate areas of the hall.
Even the earliest portraits of the Queen contain symbolic objects, such as the Tudor rose, prayer books, and exotic animals that would have carried meaning to viewers of her day. Later paintings of Elizabeth layer the iconography of empire, crowns, columns, swords, and globes, and representations of purity, virginity, and immortality, such as moons, sieves, pearls, and mythological creatures, with classical allusions to present a complex narrative that conveyed to Elizabethan epoch viewers the significance and majesty of their Virgin Queen.
Chapter 26, Part 2. In a rare demonstration of self-awareness, Firebird returned to the concept of power.
This era was the birth of the English global empire, which sadly included my homeland. The English Pale was the part of Ireland that was directly under the control of the English government during Tudor times. It was an area along the east coast centered on my birth city of Dublin. The word pale derives ultimately from the Latin word palus, meaning stake, specifically a stake used to support a fence. From this came the figurative meaning of boundary and eventually the phrase beyond the pale, as something outside the boundary.
Julia was mildly surprised to hear Firebird include a reference to her origins, having not done so before. Wade had physically and mentally moved on. He now stood directly under the largest portrait painting behind where the high table was usually placed. "Tell me about this one." The redhead joined Wade and obliged.
"That portrait is the only one here that is actually hanging where it should. It belongs to the college, and it occupies its permanent location." "You mean all the other paintings in here belong somewhere else?" Julia asked. "Yes," Firebird replied. "This is a one-of-a-kind exhibition."
Julia reflected momentarily on the extraordinary work done by the curator of this show to assemble such masterpieces.
"For example,"
Firebird paused, waiting for all eyes to return to her.
"This is a portrait of the Queen that hangs in the Dean's residence at Westminster's Abbey. It is dated 1595. The face of the Queen was later overpainted to make her look more youthful. Youth was an obsession for Elizabeth and her public image. That is why, in her later portraits, she had the face of eternal youth, without emotion. Clothing was also very important. It was meant to send a message."
The brainy beauty now fixed her blue eyes on another painting.
Here was an autocratic queen that knew how to dress the part. Elizabeth always took special care to physically assume the role of an unassailable monarch. When she had become queen, the plain princess of the blood had assumed the necessary carapace of glittering fabric and priceless jewels, transforming herself into the glamorous superhuman vision of royalty, the trappings of Gloriana the Queen. See how her obvious air of supremacy transmuted her into something semi-divine. Look at the detail in her clothing. It's truly amazing. Notice her beautiful auburn hair?
The redhead observed with a tinge of sisterhood in her tone.
She wears it like a red gold crown.
The troika remained in the hall for an additional hour, slowly moving from painting to painting. The neophytes asking questions and receiving the best of answers from the knowledgeable femme fatale. One by one, each portrait was analyzed and interpreted in a serene manner, never too melodramatic.
Elizabeth Tudor was a great admirer and follower of fashion, and a trendsetter. She had a substantial influence on the fashion of the English Renaissance and encouraged her courtiers to dress well.
Firebird walked to the next painting as if a camera followed her every step under the glare of an ever-present roving spotlight. Every time the redhead moved, her curves took center stage, but Wade always ignored the show, to Julia's amazement.
While in private,
the Irish Beor resumed,
the Queen preferred to wear plain gowns and would reputedly wear the same simple gown for several days. When in public, she dressed to impress. Clothes were an important status symbol at her court, and a person had to dress in accordance with their social station. It was thus normal that the monarch dressed more magnificently than anyone else. No one was allowed to rival Elizabeth's appearance. No one. An unfortunate lady in waiting was once admonished for wearing a dress that was too extravagant. The Queen's maids were meant to complement their sovereign's appearance, not to outshine her. Elizabeth drove home this point when she famously stated, "There is but one sun in this universe."
Julia saw a hint of a thin smile escaping Firebird's full lips, suggesting the redhead delighted in this royal quote. Chapter 26, Part 3.
During the latter part of the reign, the Queen's female attendants, including her wardrobe mistress, wore dresses of plain colors such as silver, grey, or white. Elizabeth owned over 2,000 gowns of all colors, but black and white were her favorite tints, as they symbolized magic, purity, and virginity. The gowns in her royal wardrobe, powdered and brushed, would be embroidered with all sorts of colored thread and tessellated with precious gemstones. Like all aristocratic ladies of her epoch, she would wear a chemise, a corset stiffened with iron or wood, stockings, a petticoat, a farthingale, a dress or gown, sleeves, and finally, ruffs for her neck and wrists. These ruffs or pleated collars became even more grandiose with the discovery of starch. Firebird shot a look at the other female in the hall. And all this was held in place by hundreds of pins. No wonder it took royals and aristocrats so long to dress, Julia mused to herself, and no wonder they needed so much help from servants. As they steadily moved from one portrait to another, Julia felt lucky, privileged, enjoying every second of this exposé. Wade, on the other hand, couldn't help but notice the stiffness and rigidity of the Queen's body and face compared to the masterpieces he and Julia had recently viewed in northern Italy. The portraits on this day appeared to be more iconic in nature than the fully humanistic paintings found on Europe's boot. Firebird led them close to a splendid tableau from Hatfield House known as the Rainbow Portrait. To complete her appearance, Elizabeth would wear accessories such as a pomander to ward off foul smells and infection, a fan, and a lot of jewelry including brooches, necklaces of pearl or diamond, earrings, and finger rings. Notice her slender hands. She thought them her best feature. Julia instinctively examined her own hands in comparison. She could be quite sentimental about jewels given as gifts, the redhead continued. She cherished a beautiful necklace of pearls given to her by one of her favorite courtiers, and a diamond and ruby ring that contained a tiny enameled portrait of her mother, along with an image of herself. This ring was found on her finger when she died. Elizabeth would occasionally wear other accessories such as a small prayer book attached to her girdle and a watch encased in a bracelet, the first known wristwatch in England. The redhead's last comment reminded Wade to check his watch for incoming messages. He found none of consequence. For the outdoors, Firebird continued, Queen Elizabeth would wear rich velvet cloaks, gloves of leather or cloth, and in warm weather she would make use of hats to protect her pale face from the sun. For hunting, she would dress in special riding outfits that allowed easier movement. She would also wear boots such as these, pointing to the Queen's footwear in the tableau. Gloriana was never fully dressed without her makeup. In the early years of her reign, she wore little, but following her attack of the smallpox at age 29, she would wear quite a lot to cover up her facial scars. She would paint her visage with vinegar and white lead, put rouge on her lips, and paint her cheeks with egg white and red dye. This makeup was very bad for one's health, especially the white lead, which slowly poisoned the body. Firebird made a little face and shook her head in both sympathy and indignation. The Elizabethans tried to take care of their teeth. However, teeth rotted as they did not have advanced dental care. The Queen had several teeth removed as she grew older. As a consequence, she would stuff rags into her mouth to prevent the appearance of hollow cheeks. Julia jumped in. What about the wigs? Firebird didn't physically acknowledge the question, but answered. It was very fashionable to wear a wig, and Elizabeth did so from a young age. Wade's cell rang. He moved away from the girls to answer the call. He returned and nodded Firebird aside, glancing forward to make sure Julia was out of earshot. They conferenced quietly, then signaled that their time in the company of the Queen's portrait was at an end. Leaving the building, the trio walked across the quadrangle to the outside gate where they parted ways. The red siren quickly turned and strode down the street walkway in all her temptress glory. Julia was continuously dumbfounded by Wade's apparent indifference to his sexy friend's gyrations, at present preferring to surf his phone.
I found us a place, Julia. Tonight, we stay in Oxford. Tomorrow morning, we meet the caller. Chapter 27. Parking is a challenge in university towns. Julia maneuvered her Jaguar into a tight spot between two economy cars, only a few paces from a triplex apartment building, the location of their early morning rendezvous. It was 7:30 a.m. They had checked out early from their modest 3-star hotel accommodations. Nothing else had been available. Upon arrival the evening before, they had separated and isolated themselves in their rooms. Julia had not re-emerged until the next morning. Although not exhausted, she was tired. As she prepared herself for bed, Julia had programmed her tablet to play the many recorded versions of the song Greensleeves. She hadn't truly listened to the traditional English folk song in years. Her curiosity had been ignited by a comment Wade made earlier in the day about the persistent belief that the classic tune was composed by Henry VIII for his lover and future queen consort, Anne Boleyn, Elizabeth's doomed mother. Boleyn allegedly rejected King Henry's attempts to seduce her, and this rejection may be referred to in the sentimental ballad When the Writer's Love Cast Me Off Discourteously. Wade, a Rhodes Scholar, was happy to be back at Oxford and had decided to take an evening stroll around the oldest university in the English-speaking world and the world's second oldest school of higher learning in continuous operation. The university, founded at the turn of the first millennium, was made up of a variety of self-governing institutions, including 38 constituent colleges. Being a city university, it did not have a main campus. Instead, its buildings and facilities were scattered throughout the city center. Unlike American universities, most undergraduate teaching at Oxford was organized around weekly tutorials at the colleges and halls, supported by classes, lectures, and laboratory work provided by university faculties and departments. As Wade walked down to the Thames River, he recalled the rowing opportunities it had offered him and his fellow students. His time at Oxford had been well spent, he reminisced with a quiet smile. Very well spent. Back in his hotel room, Wade had done some work, including several instructional missives sent to his assistant Jenny back home. He was exhausted, probably from the jet lag, and had decided to get an early night. Although extreme fatigue had exiled him to bed, his mind had turned from this to that, including the recollection of his instructions for Julia to avail herself of room service for breakfast. The rising sun slowly warmed the narrow street. Wade and Julia stood on the sidewalk looking up at a gray stoned edifice. Rajiv had not been able to trace the caller's number or device location, suggesting the mysterious man was probably using a burner phone. The caller had not given Wade the exact address for their meeting. Instead, he had told Wade to drive onto a specific area and wait for more details via text 5 minutes before their scheduled meeting time. Wade received the precise address at the appointed time, requiring Julia to simply advance her car a few blocks and park next to the building they now stood in front of. Upon entering the atrium, Wade read the apartment numbers posted on the wall behind a glass enclosure. The number that had been given him indicated the top floor, the 3rd floor. Not seeing an elevator, they climbed the steps and headed towards the summit flat. During the ascent, Wade placed his finger to his lips to signal Julia that their approach should be done quietly. His antennae were up and on full alert. Arriving at the apartment's entrance door, Wade knocked. Nothing. As he struck the door a second time with more force, it creaked ever so slightly open. Odd. He placed the palm of his hand on the door and gently pushed. He felt the door yield under his touch. "Hello? Hello?" My name is David Wade. I am expected. Hello? No response. Wade used his hand and eyes to tell Julia to stay close to the entrance while he moved ahead. Chapter 27, Part 2. Again, he announced himself. Hello? Hello? Is anyone here? He took a few more calculated steps, then turned a wall at the end of the narrow, shadowy corridor to face a horrific scene. A man lay still on the floor, dressed in denim. His body was limp and awkwardly positioned, as if he had involuntarily fallen, lifeless. Julia saw Wade jolt back, prompting her to join him and share the view. The man's face was ghost white, a sharp contrast to the dark red blood oozing down both sides of his mouth and trickling onto the pale surfaced floor. Wade's knees buckled, and he staggered, leaning momentarily on Julia, who kept her eyes fixed on the limp body. The man looked dead. The flat was dark, blinds closed. They both heard a noise, a shuffling sound, then noticed movement coming from the furthest end of the room. A tall man appeared out of the darkness holding a small, delicate object, rushing towards them. Julia instinctively put her body in position and thrust a violent kick onto the man's shoulder, ejecting the object from his hand. Wade quickly glanced at the loosed projectile and identified it as a syringe. Before the man was able to regain his balance, Julia spun round and, this time, struck him in the knee with targeted precision. Wade advanced to neutralize the attacker, but stepped back when he noticed that his other hand wielded a weapon of some kind. The dim lighting made it difficult to identify. Julia, noticing a back door to the flat, rushed to open it and returned to retrieve her partner. Grabbing Wade's forearm, she led him into the light and onto an iron fire escape. They rushed down the metal staircase like athletes, but when negotiating the second-level sharp turn, Julia lost her footing, causing the momentum of her descent to project her body against and partially over the railing. She felt a sudden powerful tug counteract her forward thrust. It was Wade. He had grabbed the back of her jacket with one hand and pulled her to safety. They continued their frantic descent until reaching the alley pavement. Julia followed Wade around the side of the building towards the front street and their parked car. Wade looked to the right and noticed a delivery truck had hemmed in their vehicle. Julia looked to the left and recognized their attacker exiting the building. Wade identified the sound and location of a nearby operating motorbike, temporarily abandoned by its driver. He clutched Julia's hand and led her towards this potential means of escape. They jumped onto the bike and with relative ease left the scene. Noticing their motorized departure, the attacker quickly followed them in a small red truck. Julia observed the trailing vehicle and yelled this info to Wade, who was busy negotiating the early morning rush hour streets of Oxford at high speed with skill and determination. He ignored traffic lights as he weaved and bobbed his motorcycle beyond the range of their pursuer. Though feeling safer, Wade was determined to put more distance between their bike and the red truck. Suddenly, their attacker appeared from a perpendicular alley and grazed the back wheel, causing Julia to momentarily let go of her driver. "Hang on, Julia. I'm going to circle back." "Was that a gun or a knife he pointed at us back in the flat?" Julia yelled. "I'm not sure, and I don't want to find out." Police sirens could be heard approaching, their combined reckless driving surely the reason. Wade jumped an embankment and bolted down the street's walkway in the opposite direction. They zoomed by the red truck. Julia noticed the driver's look of frustration at not being able to execute the same maneuver in his larger vehicle. The couple arrived at their yellow rocket, abandoned the borrowed bike, and blasted out of the downtown center towards the city limits. They did not speak, Julia concentrating on navigating the roads at high speeds, while Wade shifted in his seat and extended his neck all ways to make sure they were no longer being followed. When the first sights of the English countryside appeared, they both lowered their shoulders a bit and sat back. Julia, still flushed with adrenaline, turned to Wade.
What just happened?
Chapter 28.
Where did you learn to drive a bike like that?
Julia asked. Where did you learn to kick like that? Wade countered. Minds racing, they quickly moved on, not waiting for answers to their questions.
Are you sure he's not following us, David?
I think we're okay. He looked back through the car's rear window. We're good. The morning sun was now strong, bright, and a nuisance for drivers. Julia put her sunglasses on. Noticing her, Wade did the same. Julia fought the urge to put her pedal to the metal, instead staying within the speed limits so as not to attract any undue attention. She followed Wade's verbal instructions towards the highway, without being told their next destination, but she knew they were traveling further northeastward into the heart of Old England. Wade called Inspector Compton and relayed all that had just transpired. They both surmised that the caller most likely died of a fatal dose of poison, injected from the very syringe Julia had kicked from their attacker's hand. Possibly the same poison as was used to kill Walsingham. They both knew that cantarella, once ingested, caused extreme coughing, rough, visceral, violent ptosis from the trenches, resulting in blood spewed from the main facial orifice. Compton assured Wade that Scotland Yard would immediately inform the Oxford authorities about their attacker, and his department would also alert the highway patrols in the vicinity. Wade recalled that he had reacted badly, poorly, upon seeing the poisoned caller's bloody state. Julia didn't mention his moment of weakness, but he knew it had transpired and felt a mixed rush of embarrassment, frustration, and anger at being a vagal. Vasovagal synapse was a sudden loss of consciousness mediated by the vagus nerve. It occurred when the cranial vagus nerve was overreactive to certain triggers such as the sight of blood or experiencing severe pain or extreme emotional distress. When triggered, it caused a sudden drop in blood pressure. It was the most common type of fainting. As a youth, Wade's father had tried a dose of tough love by scolding him in order to toughen him up. But doctors explaining that the condition was nature, not nurture, convinced his father to stand down and reluctantly accept his boy's weakness.
Okay, David, this whole adventure's taken a scary turn. Tell me everything. What's going on?
I think you know as much as I do, Julia, but I'll understand if you want out.
No way. That's not what I meant.
She snatched at a breath, bewildered, then softened her tone.
I'm in this with you till the end, but I just want to know everything.
Wade sat in silence for a moment, turned his head to look out the window at the bovine grazing the pasture, and then began to explain. We're still looking for the gown. I have an obligation to my client. But it's clear that someone or some people don't want me to find it.
Why?
Asked Julia.
Why would anyone be willing to kill to stop this gown from being found?
Wade listened, searched for an answer, but found none. He chose to remain silent. Julia turned to eye him and could see his brain working furiously. She could almost hear him retracing his thinking against unending puzzlement. My focus on Elizabeth has me at a dead end, he admitted. I feel like we're going around in circles. We've got to open a new window and let in a fresh breeze. A river wind that might carry us in an alternative direction. Julia again looked at Wade, this time utterly bemused. It's time to head towards the breach, Julia. Once more, onto the breach. She recognized the iconic line from the "Once more onto the breach" speech, a famous passage in Act 3, Scene 1 of Shakespeare's Henry V play. The siege of the French port of Harfleur in Normandy, France, was a military action which occurred during the 100 Years' War at the beginning of the Agincourt campaign. The siege began on August 18, 1415, and ended on September 22, when the town surrendered to the English. In Shakespeare's account, King Henry delivers a rousing speech to his soldiers at the climactic moment during the battle when the defensive walls of Harfleur were finally breached by English cannon. Julia smiled to herself. She now knew where they were headed: the West Midlands market town and civil parish of the county of Warwickshire on the River Avon. Stratford-upon-Avon. Chapter 29.
"We have an appointment with Margaret Neville,"
Julie announced with clarity into the intercom at the administration gate. The fence door swung open, thereby tacitly granting her sports car permission to enter and park.
"Boy, Hewitt really set things up nicely,"
Julia remarked as they approached the entrance door to what appeared like office space transplanted into a side building. The exterior of the Riverside Annex had architectural charm, but the inside was cold, generic, and modern. The theatre complex was owned by the Royal Shakespeare Company and dedicated to their native son, the English playwright, poet, and player William Shakespeare. It opened in 1932 on the site adjacent to the original Shakespeare Memorial Theatre, which was built in 1879, but was destroyed by fire 47 years later. Recently refurbished, the state-of-the-art theatre complex had a rooftop restaurant and bar with views over the River Avon. Dr. Margaret Neville was a Shakespearean scholar and general manager of the Royal Shakespeare Theatre in the town of Stratford-upon-Avon, Shakespeare's birthplace. The title of Doctor, or DR, is an international title bestowed on recipients of doctoral degrees and PhDs. Wade had earned the right to add this prefix to his name, but rarely exercised the privilege. When others claimed the prefix, however, he had no problem granting them this public badge of respect and recognition.
"Good afternoon, Mr. Wade. Ms. Cartier?"
Expecting an old matron, Wade was surprised to find that Dr. Neville was a youthful, tall, angular woman with sharp features.
"Dr. Fothergill called me about an hour ago and said you were coming. I'm glad I was at the office today to greet you. Welcome, welcome."
They shook hands with the amiable woman and entered.
"Allow me to introduce my staff."
Which she did. The greetings were warm, but Wade was anxious to visit the complex and pick the good doctor's brain. He knew they would have limited time with her. He thus made his many questions very precise. Dr. Neville's answers were, at first, vague. She spoke mainly of the company's mission and the complex she managed. Wade persisted. "Dr. Neville, do you know of a Royal Elizabethan seamstress by the name of Kate Arden, rumored to be Will Shakespeare's cousin?" The woman smiled at his casual use of Will, projecting familiarity.
"I have heard the rumors."
"Then you know about the gown legend?" Wade followed up.
"Yes, I know of the legend. However, it is but one of countless rumors, myths, and apocryphal stories about our bard. Folklore at its best."
Wade reconstructed and related to her every detail of the mythic narrative surrounding the Queen's burial gown and its purported theft by a relative of the Stratford poet. He then asked her if she had anything to add to this version.
"That's odd,"
she said, frowning.
"I received a phone call a few months ago from a man asking me the same question. He refused to identify himself, so I simply declined to give him any information."
Talking while walking, they now found themselves inside the main theater. She gestured an invitation for them to occupy one of the plush seats near the front of the empty venue. Wade sat between the doctor and Julia, waiting for the conversation to resume. Julia's attention momentarily left the discussion as she focused her eyes and mind on the beautiful playhouse. Although Elizabethan in style, it was a modern construction equipped to present centuries-old plays to a contemporary audience. In my field of work, Mr. Wade, I am often approached by people of dubious backgrounds, wanting to further their cause. What cause is that? Asked Julia. You surely know about the many far-flung theories attributing Shakespeare's works to other authors. Yes, Julia responded emotionally. They're crazy. Thank you for saying that, my dear, for they sure are. Dr. Neville emphasized the tail end of her comment with forceful contempt. Before Julia was able to resurrect her full disdain for the anti-Stratfordians, Wade pivoted the conversation back to the gown legend. Please, Doctor, he interrupted firmly. Please tell us what you can add to the gown legend. The woman composed herself, lifted her head slightly with dignity, and nodded a new start to the conversation. It is believed by some that Queen Elizabeth's funerary dress escaped burial and was smuggled to safety, finding its way to our humble village centuries ago. Wade liked what he heard, feeling his hypothesis taking form. Where is it? Asked Julia. Wade, mildly embarrassed by his friend's obvious but understandable question, waited for an answer. The young woman chuckled and shrugged her slim shoulders, thereby not dignifying the weak question with a verbal response. Instead, she redirected her attention to Wade. There's one element that you didn't mention as part of your retelling of the legend, Mr. Wade. Therefore, I take it that what I'm about to tell you is new information that you shall perhaps appreciate. Wade was already sitting straight, but these words made him sit up straighter. According to one local version of the legend, a valuable article was sewn into the inner lining of the garment and remains there to this very day. An article? Wade asked, eyes blinking in anticipation. What article? A letter, the woman proclaimed forcefully. A dead letter. Chapter 30. Young actors, dressed in their everyday clothes, entered the auditorium from the vestibule side and mounted the wide-thrust stage and began rehearsing. A workshop was suddenly underway. This made it difficult for Dr. Neville and her two guests to continue their conversation. She signaled a side door with a nod of her head, then led them to one of the many backstage dressing rooms. The doctor stood, Julia sat, and Wade leaned against the door after having closed it behind him. In the seconds it took them to resume their conversation, Wade noted appreciatively the soundproof nature of the compact space. A dead letter is a note, message, document, or letter that was never sent, undelivered, never received by the addressee. An item of mail that cannot be delivered or was not conveyed to its intended recipient. Wade shook his head. What are you saying, Doctor? What I know, she corrected herself. What I have heard is that a letter composed by the Queen, intended for someone, was never delivered and remained with the sovereign upon her death. Kate Arden, judging this letter to be of some importance, attached it to the burial gown and whisked both items beyond the reach of the monarch's courtiers after her demise. The woman looked at Wade, then Julia, waiting for one of them to react. They didn't. She continued. After some time, a dead letter is usually misplaced, lost, damaged, or destroyed. But not according to this story. My version of the gown legend has a letter, penned in Queen Elizabeth's own hand, sewn into the dress for protection, spirited away to safety, eventually ending up in Stratford, and still in existence to this day. For a second time, the doctor stopped and eyed her guests. This time, Julia spoke.
"What does the letter say? What is it about? Who was the Queen writing to?"
Yet again, my dear, all good, basic, and obvious questions, for which the answers are unknown. Julia once more could see Wade thinking. This time, she could actually see his deep thought process revealed in the lines on his corrugated forehead. "Unfortunately," the doctor concluded, "that's all I know, and can add." She smiled a smile of measured calm and wisdom, adding, "And it goes without saying that this, in my opinion, is most likely a tall tale, a fascinating fable, and nothing more." Wade had repeatedly heard this reaction and analysis for days now. He was intrigued by the continually growing nature of this story, the ever-expanding legend. Was there any truth behind these stories? And if so, had it suffered from the Pinocchio effect? Something in his gut, deep down, told him that it was not a lie. He felt it was true, and he was convinced the answers lay with the bard. As both women gazed upon him, waiting for a reaction, he thought of another woman, a female that could help him with his next move, a girl that knew her stuff. Denary was teeming with smart, competent professionals of the opposite sex, and Wade knew it was high time to contact one of them. His favorite Fraulein, Tristan Valkyrie. Chapter 31. Dr. Neville continued her personalized guided tour for her guests of the 3 Stratford-upon-Avon theatres she managed. The Royal Shakespeare Theatre and the Swan Theatre, which both shared the building they were at on Waterside, and the other place, which was a short walk away on Southern Lane. She explained to her guests that the theatre company's main playhouse in Stratford was the Royal Shakespeare Theatre, where the Bard's plays and other works were performed. It was the largest auditorium of the 3 and housed a 1,000-seat theatre space. As an officially listed building, listing marks and celebrates a building's special architectural and historical significance. It retained many of the Art Deco features of its predecessor, the 1932 Shakespeare Memorial Theatre. Julia especially enjoyed visiting, meeting, and chatting it up with the designers in the costume department. The Swan Theatre, opened in 1986, was a favorite space for many actors, directors, and audiences. An intimate theatre, it seats over 400 people on 3 sides of a deep thrust stage. The Swan Theatre shares its forecourt with the Royal Shakespeare Theatre, with audiences enjoying the same foyer, box office, bars, and restaurant. Located on the banks of the River Avon in Southern Lane, the other place was a creative hub for learning, research, and development with rehearsal rooms, a 200-seat studio theater, an extensive costume store, theater tours, and a cafe bar, where Julia availed herself of a warm cappuccino. This small, intimate venue hosted festivals of new work every year. Local amateur groups could use the theater for rehearsals and performances, and the venue provided additional performance space for work with young people and the local community, as well as private commercial hires, raising valuable income to support their artistic programs. Sensing the tour was over, Wade asked Dr. Neville for use of a vacant office, conference room, or private area for a couple of hours. She called her assistant, then graciously offered Wade use of their boardroom for the rest of the afternoon.
"While you do what you need to do, David, I'll visit the city."
Julia looked at the doctor with an eager smile.
"It's my first time here in Stratford, and I want to see the sights, like an average tourist."
"She's a Shakespeare groupie," Wade announced to their host, jokingly. Julia gave him a simultaneous deep sigh and eye roll. Dr. Neville grinned at their interplay as she led Julia to the exit with suggestions on how to get a feel for the town, touristy style. Before she left, Wade leaned in and reminded Julia to be vigilant and alert. She knew what he meant, still shaken by the morning's escapade. Although Julia was playing the tourist, what she really wanted to do was scout the town for any possible leads. The young Shakespeare aficionado went off on her own and opted for one of the hop-on, hop-off double-decker sightseeing buses. She bought her ticket, then scooted up the winding staircase to the open-top upper deck of the red vehicle and sat in the back, alone. Although it was September, the sun was very hot. She put on her sunglasses, removed her jacket, and grinned with glee as her huge chariot departed. She felt like she was back in high school. Although she had read that some critics complained of the commercialized transformation of this once quaint historical village, Julia disagreed, enjoying every stop, every sight tour, and every word spoken by the beautifully accented bus guide she heard over the speakers. In only a few hours, she managed to visit Shakespeare's birthplace at the half-timbered Tudor family home in Henley Street. Nash's house, learning that William Shakespeare's granddaughter, Elizabeth Hall, had married a property developer in the town, Thomas Nash. Shakespeare's Stratford home towards the end of his life, new place, next door to Nash's house. Hall's Croft, named after the physician Dr. John Hall, who married William Shakespeare's eldest daughter, Susanna. Anne Hathaway's beautiful thatched farmhouse cottage, before her marriage to the bard, Anne lived in Shottery, a small village about a mile away from Stratford. The Arden Hotel, situated opposite the Swan Theatre on Waterside. Stratford's new boutique Arden House Hotel. Palmer's Farm, which demonstrated life on a Tudor working farm. And the adjacent Mary Arden's house, Shakespeare's mother and the supposed aunt of the enigmatic royal seamstress, Kate Arden. This stop triggered Julia's memory. Kate was the name of a strong-willed female lead character in one of the Bard's early plays. She could not help but wonder if the Kate from The Taming of the Shrew and the Queen's seamstress were one and the same. A favorite cousin, perhaps, brought to life by Shakespeare on the page, then the stage, for eternity. The highlight of the tour was the famous Holy Trinity Church, but Julia and others were not able to enter the place where Shakespeare was baptized and is buried, because a wedding was taking place. Situated on the banks of the River Avon, only a couple of minutes' walk from her starting point at the theatre complex, Holy Trinity had become a shrine to the local poet, and Julia was a disappointed pilgrim. She decided to abandon the bus tour at the church and make her way back to the Royal Shakespeare Theatre on foot. Along the way, she received a short text from Wade asking her to return. He was almost finished in the boardroom and would soon be ready to move on. Where to next? Julia asked herself. Where to next? She lifted her eyes from the device and began walking towards the complex with a quicker and more resolute stride. As she approached the walkway leading to the main entrance, she caught a glimpse of a vehicle in the distance driving past the nearby park. She stopped. Her face went pale. She had just seen a small truck. A small red truck. Chapter 32. Fräulein was the German language honorific previously in common use for unmarried women, comparable to Miss in English. As a formal address, it was now uncommon and considered disrespectful and sexist by some in today's Germany. Frau was presently the normal address for all women. Wade was well aware of these different honorific terms and usages, but enjoyed teasing his Teutonic colleague with his misuse and old-fashioned chivalrous employ of the word. When thinking on it, Wade shrugged and chuckled to himself, imagining one of his grandfather's over-the-top statements. Is it Miss or Ms? Mademoiselle or Madame? Fräulein or Frau? What the hell are the right words? I want to make sure I don't get slapped. Having passed on Julia's desire to visit the Stratford Shakespearean tourist sites, Wade settled into the boardroom he had been offered, ready to work. His first task, contact Denary's archaeologist. "Hi, Tristan."
"Good afternoon, David. How can I help?"
Straight and to the point, Tristan Valkyrie had wasted no time establishing herself as one of the most respected young diggers in private practice. She was sought by many companies to guide them through the barrage of bureaucratic meddling and oversight when the slightest unearthed artifact halted the progress of large construction projects. Although she was a strict conservationist regarding potential important finds, her common sense and balanced approach to the needs of the archaeological community versus for-profit enterprises garnered her respect from both sides. To stay in tune with all that was happening worldwide, she had built and maintained an up-to-the-minute international database of past, present, and dormant digs. "I need to know about England's Stratford-upon-Avon," Wade asked. "What's happened here recently, and what's going on right now?"
"Ah, Stratford," she grinned. "Home of the second greatest writer in history."
Wade knew she was referring to her countryman Goethe as being the best. He was relieved Julia wasn't around to challenge Tristan's confident assertion. "Yes, that's the one," avoiding her trap. "Anything Shakespeare on your radar?" When first entering his temporary workspace, Wade had noticed it was equipped with a large wall screen. Using the wireless connection code he found on the unit's module, he had video called Tristan. To address Wade's question, she turned towards one of her side computer screens and began searching. Wade waited patiently, enjoying her profile on the big wide screen. Tristan's long, wavy hair, closer to dirty blonde than light brown, and her distinctive facial features pleased him. Her broad, square shoulders reminded him that Tristan was built solid with large bone structure. Not unfeminine, but V-shaped like Olympic swimmers, a body made for digging. Her fair skin was lightly bronzed, most likely from prolonged exposure to the sun while excavating in cloudless territories to the south. Wade liked and respected Tristan, both as a premier member of Denary and as a long-standing colleague.
"Well, as you can imagine, David, Stratford Village had been dug up and shaken many times over the past 2 centuries, but recently it has been tranquil."
She narrowed her eyes onto the screen.
"Except, of course, for the recent scan on the poet's grave for a television documentary. You know the one, showing his head to be missing."
Wade was well aware of that study. It was the first archaeological investigation of Shakespeare's shallow grave at Holy Trinity Church and had garnered international attention and wide media coverage. He remembered that the scientific team did not find what they expected. They concluded the grave showed signs of disturbance, of material being dug out and put back again. There was also a very strange brick structure cutting across the top end of the grave. The most striking conclusion was that Shakespeare's head appeared to be missing, and that the skull was probably stolen by trophy hunters. It now appeared to some archaeologists that a story, previously dismissed as wild fiction, that grave robbers stole Shakespeare's skull in 1794, seemed to be true.
"Grave robbing was a big thing in the 17th and 18th centuries," said Tristan. "People wanted the skull of famous people so they could potentially analyze it and see what made them a genius. It is no surprise to me that Shakespeare's remains were a target."
Chapter 32, Part 2. The Master of Avon's grave is visited by hundreds of thousands of visitors each year, and it has been a prime target for archaeologists wanting to investigate. The bard's cold, nondescript stone grave slab bears no name, only a slightly disturbing warning. "Good friend, for Jesus' sake forbear, to dig the dust enclosed here. Blessed be the man that spares these stones, and cursed be he that moves my bones. Wary of grave robbers, the bard's marker warns against such skullduggery. Many believe the warning has also served to prevent the removal of his remains to a charnel house or Westminster Abbey, or the exhumation of his body for examination.
Church authorities intend to continue to respect the sanctity of his grave, in accordance with Shakespeare's wishes, and not allow it to be disturbed, explained Tristan as she swiveled back to face Wade. For now, it appears we shall have to live with the mystery of not knowing fully what lies beneath the gravestone. The archaeological team's use of non-invasive ground-penetrating radar to examine the grave did permit them to put to bed a few myths about Shakespeare's burial. One story claimed he was buried standing up. Another said that he was buried 17 feet deep to avoid being disturbed, while one suggested he was laid to rest in a family tomb. The scientific team concluded that none of these stories were true. Instead, it appears the poet was buried about 3 feet deep and was wrapped simply in a shroud rather than placed in a coffin. The team's leader is still convinced Shakespeare's skull was removed from his grave, but accepts the evidence is not conclusive, Tristan elaborated. However, the Vicar of Holy Trinity is not so certain. I agree with him that, although we now know much more about how Shakespeare was buried and the structure that lies underneath his ledger stone, there is sufficient evidence to conclude that his skull has been taken.
Wade absorbed this info, then introduced the gown legend, but Tristan had never heard of it and could add nothing. The German archaeologist disappeared from the giant screen as suddenly as she had appeared. Wade was not big on drawn-out greetings and salutations. He was now out of his seat and pacing the room. Pacing while thinking was his way of sorting things out. During his discussion with Tristan, Wade had received a text from Denary's financial expert, Nancy Burnell. He had chosen to conclude matters with Tristan before reading Nancy's missive. He now examined her message while treading a back-and-forth path into the room's matted carpet. Wade had asked Nancy to investigate his client's finances. The information she found was routine, except for one interesting item. Walsingham's fortune had been made in the import-export business. His earned fortune was substantial, but his wife Joyce's inherited wealth was much greater. Much, much greater. Interesting, he thought. Very interesting. Putting this new intriguing element aside, Wade spent the next 90 minutes researching and reading about the bard's gravesite and the iconic church which housed it. The privacy accorded him by his enclosed workspace helped to germinate new ideas and theories. He tried to puzzle it out himself. Slowly, he could feel a new stratagem form in his mind, leading in an alternative direction and thereby suggesting a modified plan. His fecund think tank was suddenly invaded by Julia, who burst into the boardroom out of breath.
"He's here,"
she fired.
"I saw the red truck. He's here."
Chapter 33. Reacting immediately to Julia's intrusion, Wade sent a text to Inspector Compton. Half a dozen thoughts snapped into his head at once. "Let's get out of here, Julia. Let's move." He rose abruptly and quitted the boardroom. Julia matched his quick pace down the winding corridor to Dr. Neville's office, who was seated at her desk. Wade stood in the doorframe and thanked their host for her help and hospitality.
"After you find what you are looking for, Mr. Wade, make sure to turn your attention to the many other lost treasures humanity is longing to recover."
She grinned.
"Like Noah's Ark, Atlantis, and the Holy Grail."
Wade smiled, not bothered by her friendly jibe. He and Julia exited the complex, emerging into a late afternoon riverside breeze. Julia retraced her earlier path from Shakespeare's church, but this time in the opposite direction, with Wade leading the way. As usual, he had not fully explained their destination or the reason for it, but Julia sensed from his determined look and body language that he knew where he was going, knew what he was doing, and knew what he wanted to accomplish. They approached the church from a distance and saw the wedding party leaving the building with great fanfare, bells chiming in deep, sonorous, heavy notes. Wade decided to wait out the conclusion of the ceremony on the riverbank. He led Julia on a retreat to a park bench stationed along the Avon. Seated, Julia checked her messages, while Wade stared at the tower and spire of the church, took a deep breath, and recalled its history. The Church of the Holy Trinity was Stratford's oldest building and one of England's most visited churches. Dating back to the year 1210, the edifice was constructed on the site of a Saxon monastery. Multiple additions, modifications, restorations, and even vandalism had altered the church over the centuries. Most images of Christ were mutilated during the English Reformation, an unfortunate byproduct of the Tudors' swing to Protestantism. A few pre-Reformation treasures had survived, such as a stone altar slab found hidden beneath the floor in Victorian times and now reinstated as the high altar. William Shakespeare was baptized in Holy Trinity on April 26, 1564, and was buried there on April 25, 1616, almost exactly 52 years later. The church still possessed the original Elizabethan register giving details of his baptism and burial, though it was kept by the Shakespeare Birthplace Trust for safekeeping. He was buried in the beautiful 15th century chancel. The playwright was eligible to be interred in the chancel owing to his position as a lay rector of the church. The house of worship was open to visitors for much of the year, except when private religious events were held. A small contribution was requested to access the chancel in which Shakespeare is buried. Holy Trinity was an active parish church, serving a large congregation, the proof being the wedding party slowly abandoning the front steps of the sanctuary for a long line of vehicles that then wound their way from the site. Wade stood and signaled to Julia that the coast was now clear. They approached the building with eyes all round their heads, making sure they were not being watched or followed. Uncertain of their safety and doubtful of their welcome, they entered through the half-open front door, surprised to find the place of worship empty of people, temporarily abandoned, without even a custodian present, not a breathing soul. Walking towards the apse on the ancient floor that had been polished by generations of passing feet, Wade caressed a few of the old wooden benches used by parishioners. Julia marveled at the beautiful stained glass windows. Approaching the high altar, she gently took Wade's hand. Stepping into the chancel, they stopped and looked down upon the grave of William Shakespeare. They each read the warning on the badly eroded stone slab. Julia in solemn reverence, intending to honor. Wade with unfettered curiosity, intent on investigation. Chapter 34. Holding hands, they stood at the foot of the bard's grave. Shakespeare would have come to Holy Trinity every week during his childhood, later retirement period, and when visiting during his working years in London. His wife Anne Hathaway, who died several years after her husband, is buried next to him along with his eldest daughter, Susanna. The inscription on Anne's grave states, "Here lieth the body of Anne, wife of William Shakespeare, who departed this life the 6th day of August, 1623, being of the age of 67 years. A Latin inscription follows, which translates as, "Breasts, O mother, milk and life thou didst give. Woe is me, for how great a boon shall I give stones? How much rather would I pray that the good angel should move the stone so that, like Christ's body, thine image might come forth. But my prayers are unavailing. Come quickly, Christ, that my mother, though shut within this tomb, may rise again and reach the stars." Having viewed the graves, Wade released Julia's hand and reached into his shoulder bag to retrieve the ground-penetrating radar scanning device sent to him the day before by Denary's scientist. Wade synced the tiny apparatus with his tablet. The screen lit up in multiple shades of gray. Julia watched him intently as he took one step forward and resumed his previous position in front of Shakespeare's grave. Holding the small device between the tips of his right-hand fingers, he looked up instead of down. He did not point the device at the bard's grave, but instead turned left and slowly walked a few precious steps around the grave's edge toward Shakespeare's funerary monument fixed on a wall alongside his burial place. The monument was a memorial erected to honor the famous wordsmith. Julia stayed where she was, watching her friend's every move. Positioned between the graves of the husband and wife, Wade gazed upward to meet the memorial. Carved in pale blue limestone, the monument was mounted on the north wall of the chancel. It featured a simplistically stiff demi-figure of the bard holding a quill pen in one hand and a piece of paper resting on a cushion in the other. The style, popular at the time of the poet's death, was commonly used to memorialize scholars. It was more suitable for a sepulchral sculpture in a church than a lifelike depiction. The demi-figure had been retouched and restored several times, and was once painted entirely white, later repainted in the colors recovered from beneath the white layer. The figure's short, close-fitting padded button jacket, or doublet, with its ornamental slashes, was painted scarlet and partially covered by a loose academic black gown. The facial features, most likely modeled on a purported death mask of the writer, displayed hazel eyes and auburn hair and beard. The eyes stared, the face was heavy, the upper lip was elongated, and the nose was small and sharp. More revealing than a typical bust, this demi-figure was one of only two representations accepted as accurately portraying William Shakespeare's physical appearance. The monument was crowned with strapwork rising to a heraldic shield displaying Shakespeare's family coat of arms, on either side of which sat an allegorical figure. One, representing rest, holds a skull and an inverted torch. The other, representing labor, holds a spade. Two black polished marble columns support the entablatures and coat of arms above the bust. The skull and the two putti are of sandstone, and the base and capital of the columns are of gilded sandstone. The original red-veined white alabaster frieze, cornice, and architraves were replaced with white marble. The cushion and the effigy were carved of one piece of bluish limestone, while the inlaid panels are of black touchtone. The date the monument was erected was not known, but experts believe it must have been before 1623, for in that year, the first folio of Shakespeare's works was published, prefaced by a poem that mentions "Thy Stratford Monument." Beneath the figure on a memorial plaque is engraved an epitaph in Latin and a poem in English. The words seem to cryptically call on visitors to pay tribute to his greatness as a writer. The epitaph reads, "A Pylian in judgment, a Socrates in genius, a Maro in art. The earth buries him, the people mourn him, Olympus possesses him." Squeezed into the small space below the poem, a few abbreviated words in Latin tell the viewer that the monument's subject died in the year of the Lord 1616, in his 53rd year, on 23 April. Wade's eyes remained fixed on the monument for what seemed like an eternity to Julia. Then, he slowly lifted his handheld device and pointed it directly at the figure in the center of the memorial, and began to scan. Chapter 35. The couple were still alone in the church. Wade whispered low towards Julia, asking her to find a bench or chair to help him reach up. In all haste, she combed the sanctuary for something, anything to help elevate Wade closer to the monument. She was thankful that her sensible, soft-soled loafers did not make noise on the stone floor. Her search led her all the way back, across the nave, to the entrance of the building, where one of the heavy double doors was ajar. She peeked through the modest opening and saw an elderly woman sweeping the confetti and rice from the front steps. She guessed the sweeper was most likely today's church attendant. Julia turned her attention back towards the rear of the sanctuary and located a plain side door. When opened, she found it to be a closet with brooms, mops, tools, and an old beat-up wooden stepladder. She grabbed the folding ladder and rushed back to Wade, who, in exchange for the ladder, transferred all the items on his person to her except for the phone in his back pocket. He placed the wooden stairs directly in front of the monument and climbed the steps until he faced the demi-figure at its center. Julia secured and steadied the weathered stepladder, using her hands on each side for stability and applying her body weight via her right foot on the lowest rung. Sensing his climbing apparatus to be balanced and secure, Wade let go of the ladder, extended his arms, and ran the fingers of both hands along the back seams of the figure. Detecting a small gap on both sides where the back of the figure met the rear of the alcove which housed the image of the bard, he inserted 4 fingers of each hand and applied pressure on the digits, trying to dislodge the effigy. The right side did not budge, but the left side slid forward towards him. The scratching sound of stone against stone bugled the success of his efforts. He cocked his head to one side and peered into the opening created by the dislocated figure. He reached for his phone inside his pocket and used its lamp function for illumination. The brilliant spread of light was effective. Julia maintained her anchoring position at the base of the ladder as she watched Wade extract a large wooden box from behind the funerary monument's representation of her literary hero. A russet 2-foot square container was handed down to Julia. Wade pushed the figure back in place and carefully descended the undulated steps of the rickety ladder. Together, they gazed upon the box. Julia's smile and Wade's eyes were as wide as their skin permitted. Staring back at them, imprinted on the box's cover, was a gold-leafed engraving of a royal emblem, the official markings of Queen Elizabeth I of England. Chapter 36. The heavy front door of the church creaked open. Wade reacted quickly, quietly folding and lowering the ladder. He then guided Julia, who held the royal box, behind a nearby massive stone sarcophagus near the high altar. Julia sank to her knees. Wade sat down beside her and rested his back against the cold stone, then peered from the side of the above-ground vault towards the opposite end of the church. A gray-haired old lady, plainly dressed, had entered the church and was locking the double doors. The elderly woman then disappeared into a front side passageway. Wade turned to his companion and shared what he had just seen. Julia reassured him, explaining that the woman was probably the building's parish custodian for the day, charged with overseeing the wedding. The couple were now both seated on the floor with legs stretched out in front. Julia whispered, hoping to prevent her words from being amplified by the high ceiling's echo chamber. "David," she said, glancing at the box, "how did you know where to look?" "I read that intruders in the early 1970s had removed the figure from its niche and tried to chip out the inscription. They were looking for valuable Shakespeare manuscripts, which were rumored to be hidden within the monument. They were unsuccessful, but that's what gave me the idea to investigate the memorial." Wade returned his attention to the container, gripped securely by Julia. "Open it," she commanded with unbridled curiosity. Wade obeyed her command by dislodging the container's cover with a small pocket knife he carried. With the top removed, inside, he found his prize. a beautifully ornated gown, meticulously folded in place. Although the light penetrating the glass windows was dimming, the dress compensated by refracting an aura of brightness, luster, and brilliance. Julia touched the fragile garment and nodded her approval to Wade. He gently removed the gown from its resting place while Julia put the box aside, stood, and held the dress against her body, causing a frisson of excitement in her that she could barely contain. The black gown was gorgeously hand-embroidered with golden thread and decorated with precious jewels, stones, and rare gems. It appeared to be an extraordinarily costly dress, with a bodice encrusted with rubies and pearls in the shape of the red and white Tudor rose, their stems of emeralds, and their hearts of yellow diamonds. Julia had staggered at first under the weight of it. Wade examined the interior of the garment with the help of his phone lamp. Noticing an anomaly close to one of the bottom seams, he delicately used his sharp knife to extract an item lodged within. On his knees, he stretched his arm upwards, lifting what he had found for Julia's eyes to behold. It was a letter. The dead letter. Chapter 37. Wade inserted the blade of his knife between the dried, faded sealing wax and the thick paper. He lifted the seal from the fold without breaking it. It came easy from the paper. He unfolded the letter delicately and began reading, but was quickly frustrated by the style of handwriting and use of archaic script. It was written in English, but not modern English, Elizabethan English. His concentration was suddenly disturbed by the sound of someone entering the church from the front side passageway. At once, Wade was on the alert, but nevertheless took the seconds needed to quickly scan the letter with his phone and send it off to Denary's language expert, Andalusia. Upon hearing someone enter, Julia had folded the gown and placed it back in its container with care. She had lifted herself slightly and now knelt down next to Wade, who tried to identify the intruder in the somber light of the sanctuary. "It's probably just the old woman," Julia thought. But Wade saw someone else. A man, a tall man, walking cautiously towards them with something in his hand. Wade turned to Julia and gave her the sign for quiescence. He then refocused on the person slowly heading towards the chancel. It was him. It was their attacker. And this time there was no confusion. He was clearly brandishing a gun. Wade mimed his plan to Julia. At his signal, she would move in one direction and he in another, thereby creating confusion with their synchronized opposite movements. Comprehending the danger, Julia became conscious of a rapid thudding sound echoing in her ears, the beating of her heart. Sensing the proximity of the attacker, Wade risked one last look at his location. The shadowy figure was close, very close, and getting closer. The attacker stopped in front of the graves and pointed his weapon of choice in various directions, as if using the revolver for a flashlight. Wade heard him shuffle like quiet thunder. Then, his enemy disrespectfully walked over the tomb slab of England's greatest poet towards the sarcophagus that, unbeknownst to him, hid his prey. Wade could hear each step the man took with clarity and precision, enabling him to calculate the exact moment he would give the signal to disperse. Feeling the time was just about right, Wade looked at Julia. Their eyes met. He gave her 3 short nods and shouted, "Go!" Julia went one way with the box and Wade another. The attacker was blindsided by the commotion but did not discharge his weapon. Although the natural light filtering through the opulent windows was dimming rapidly, the sunset still provided enough glow to allow for circulation within the medieval stone edifice. Recomposed, the attacker followed Julia to the altar. She had chosen it as her shield. Seeing her trapped, Wade turned back and advanced towards the man and shone his powerful phone lamp directly into his eyes. The concentrated beam of light was just enough to distract their attacker and cause him to lift his hand as a shield. He stumbled back, allowing Julia the seconds needed to remove herself from the altar's protection and run, box in hand, towards the front of the church, away from danger. Wade did not do the same. Instead, he remained close to his foe, clutching an improvised weapon, waiting for his chance. Regaining his balance and vision, the man and his revolver advanced precipitously forward towards the bard's grave. He stopped, surveyed his surroundings. From the corner of his eye he sensed, then saw, rapid movement coming from the direction of the monument. A massive collision followed. A violent blow to his face, head, and skull. He was thrown by the impact onto the hard floor and lost consciousness. The firm grasp he had on his weapon finally loosed. Wade scooped up the gun and stood over his attacker, pointing the retrieved revolver with one hand and holding a blood-stained wooden ladder in the other. Chapter 38. Big Ben chimed 8 times for the benefit of all Londoners. Julia and Wade had returned to the great city the night before, accompanied by a convoy of Scotland Yard vehicles that had earlier arrived at Holy Trinity Church, well in time to apprehend their attacker. Julia had driven her yellow Jag back to London solo, while Wade rode with Inspector Compton in order to exchange information and give a complete statement. Overnight, Wade received a modernized version of the scanned dead letter he had sent to Andalusia. Denary's language expert worked full-time for the United Nations and moonlighted for her former flame, David Wade. He had shared the shocking contents of the letter with Julia and Inspector Compton, but the purpose of their early sit-down concerned other matters. Wade found himself, once again, within the central offices of Scotland Yard. This time, however, the early morning meeting took place in a less generic room, Compton's office. Wade, alongside his female partner on this adventure, commenced their final debriefing.
"My people and I have identified your attacker," Compton announced without emotion. "As we all suspected, he is the guy who also poisoned your client, Mr. Wade." "How did he do it?" asked Julia. "He was purposely dating Joyce Denny's housemaid. He visited his sweetheart at your client's home the afternoon of the murder and found a way to secretly insert Cantarella into Walsingham's dry gin carafe, knowing that he drank the liquid every evening at 9. "Why didn't the housemaid immediately tell authorities about her boyfriend's afternoon visit?" Julia asked with indignation. Inspector Compton looked up from his notepad. "She didn't reveal the visit because she was afraid to lose her job, having been warned by her employers not to bring her men friends into their home. The maid never suspected her lover was the poisoner and thus kept quiet until it became clear that she was a prime suspect for the murder."
Wade remained silent, preferring to absorb all new information before commenting.
"Although your attacker is still in critical condition and unresponsive," Compton revealed, "overnight we were able to connect him with a Euro syndicate of document forgers. We searched his apartment and found what appears to be a high-quality forged diary purported to have been written by one of the leading candidates for the authorship of Shakespeare's works." "He was an anti-Stratfordian?" Julia asked. "Not really," the inspector responded. "Those folks are harmless. No, he is a professional forger who wanted to profit from their tireless efforts and activities by producing a counterfeit diary to back up their long-standing claims."
Compton turned to Wade.
"Do you remember the infamous forged Hitler diaries that suddenly appeared and were, at first, authenticated in the 1980s?
"Yes, I do," recalled Wade. "That series of 60 volumes of journals supposedly penned by Adolf Hitler were purchased in 1983 for $9.3 million US. That was big money." Julia gestured as if to intervene, but stopped, then changed her mind and intervened anyway. "I'm trying to connect the dots, but I still don't get it." Compton obliged. The syndicate was well aware of the caller who offered Mr. Wade's client the lost gown. They were also very aware of the gown legend, the Shakespeare family connection, and the supposed contents of the letter. They did not want this myth to be proven true, jeopardizing the lucrative sale of their diaries. What about the man who was murdered by our attacker? The man who called Walsingham and David, offering the gown? Julia asked. Scotland Yard's finest explained. We tracked down the caller's former wife. She was very cooperative and helpful. She claims to be a distant descendant of Kate Arden and acquainted with the gown legend, passed down through family lore. The dress, however, had never been seen or possessed by anyone in her family, but its existence almost seemed real to her and her relatives. When her great-uncle died a few months back, she inherited the old dilapidated ancestral home and immediately began major renovations. One afternoon, the gown box was found by a worker behind an attic wall that was being torn down. She immediately connected the gown to the family legend. Her then-husband encouraged her to wait a few days before making any decisions regarding the treasure's future, like lottery winners do. Reacting to all this, Julia was literally sitting at the edge of her seat, while Wade was calm, fingers from both hands forming a tent in front of his mouth. Chapter 38, Part 2. Knowing he had a captive audience, the inspector ratcheted up the suspenseful intonation in his voice. The caller's wife took her husband's advice and hid the dress elsewhere in the ancestral home, but discovered days later that it was missing. She suspected someone from the working crew and called the police. They questioned and investigated each one of them without results. 1 month later, her husband asked for a divorce and left. Just like that? Julia asked incredulously. Not really, Compton responded. The caller's former wife admitted that their marriage was on the rocks, but nevertheless found its abrupt end suspicious, prompting her to recontact the authorities, who immediately focused their attention on her estranged husband. Feeling the heat from police investigators and afraid of imminent searches of any hiding place tied to him, like his new apartment, vehicle, or a safety deposit box, he had hidden the gown where he thought no one would ever suspect. Shakespeare's monument. Silence rang as the inspector paused to gulp down some coffee. As a freelance tech for film crews, he could pick and choose his jobs. When the Trinity Church project was announced, he made sure to be part of the crew, working as a low-level production technician for the recent TV documentary Scanning of Shakespeare's Grave. He secretly planted the gown box behind the memorial statue during a lull in the production schedule. What did his ex-wife say to all this? Julia continued in her unofficial role of chief questioner. Compton snorted and laughed. She told us that her ex-husband turned out to be an eccentric loser who considered himself clever, though few others did. She was not surprised by his chosen hiding place for the gown, imagining him pleased with the irony of it all. Can you now confirm that he was also poisoned by our attacker? Julia asked. Yes,
he was administered a lethal dose of cantarella by your attacker, only minutes before you entered his flat.
Satisfied, not fully, but satisfied nonetheless, Julia felt that she had just put or forced the last piece of this adventure's puzzle into place. She could not help but wonder, however, if the poison administered was the same kind as the deadly potion drank by the young star-crossed lovers in her favorite Shakespearean romantic tragedy. Wade leaned forward and finally spoke. And this letter, holding the ancient parchment between his fingers, this letter was written but never sent. It became a dead letter, never delivered to the person it was originally meant for, and hidden from everyone since 1603. Realizing this adventure had reached its denouement, Julia stretched for the open wooden box on Compton's desk and caressed the gown. She then gently took the letter from Wade's hand and felt its power. Overcome by a swirl of emotions, she grabbed her tablet and read its modernized text once more to herself very slowly, her lips spelling the words. Dear Master Shakespeare, it has been my pleasure as your queen and sovereign to benefit from your gracious talents over the years. Your illustrious rhymes and pretty verses have amused me and my courtiers, as well as my subjects, on multiple occasions, offering mirth, merriment, recreation, tragedy, poetry, and wisdom to the benefit of my person and my realm. Your soothing prose has often been a haven to me. My days are numbered on this earth, but rest assured that your eternal words shall accompany me on my next journey. Elizabeth R. Julia looked up at Wade, her eyes filled with tears.
I guess Shakespeare really did write Shakespeare.
Epilogue. The great banqueting hall of the former Palace of Whitehall was aglitter. Richly set tables with ornate chairs lined a finely draped catwalk boldly thrust into the center of a venue made for extravagant entertainment, promising the night's patrons an experience of royal drama, splendor, and opulence. The evening was organized by fashion designer Julia Cartier and sponsored by socialite Joyce Denny. Over 20 original gowns from the Walsingham collection were displayed in glass cases throughout the hall, and Elizabethan replicas of the gowns, designed by Julia, were to be worn by England's top runway models that evening. The event was organized and held to benefit the construction of a new museum in Hatfield to permanently display the collection, including the Queen's long-lost burial gown, recently authenticated and on loan from its new owner, English Heritage. David Wade had secretly flown in for the occasion and was warmly greeted by Joyce upon his arrival at the hall, minutes before the show was scheduled to commence. Wade seated himself comfortably up front, knowing that Julia was backstage, nervously multitasking. The spectacle was a grand success, and Wade delighted in applauding Julia as she took the traditional designer stroll up and down the catwalk. Working the raised platform, she stopped on several occasions to thank the generous audience and perform her best curtsy. Julia sparkled. Richly dressed, she wore a silver evening gown, slit halfway up the thigh. Her shiny hair was up, elegantly coiffed with a delicate gemmed tiara adorning her head. She glided along the runway on single-strap high heels until she did a double take, noticing Wade amongst the handsomely dressed patrons. She raised her hand to cover her mouth in an expression of pure delight. She waved at him, then turned to salute the audience one last time before disappearing off stage. Although the show was over, the evening wasn't. The after-dinner drinks began to flow, along with the big band music. Julia appeared from behind the curtained side stage and rushed towards Wade, who was waiting impatiently for her to join him. Stepping close, she swept him a special curtsy, followed by a seductive giggle. Shoulders square, he turned towards her and planted his feet. He had presence. Before moving in, she warmed at the sight of his formal attire and dapper good looks.
This man, she thought to herself, was born to wear nice suits.
She met the steady gaze of his blue eyes and stretched out a hand. They moved in close to hug and kiss like close friends. Separating for a brief moment, they embraced and kissed again like really close friends. Julia beamed. She gently caressed his smooth-shaved cheek as he rubbed her pearl-white hand with sincere affection. Dressed in their finest, they savored flutes of the best champagne and danced long into the night. The next morning, they met in front of Westminster Abbey, Julia cradling one red rose. They entered the colossal sanctuary holding hands and walked down the nave, and then across the transept towards the apse, as they had done a few weeks before. This time, however, they did not enter the apse. Instead, they turned right in the direction of the south transept of the abbey, towards a section celebrated for the large number of poets, playwrights, and writers buried and commemorated there, traditionally named Poets' Corner. Shortly after Shakespeare's death, there was some talk about moving his remains from Stratford to Westminster Abbey, but the idea was soon abandoned. In 1741, a memorial statue to honor the sweet swan of Avon was finally erected in the abbey. They stood before the beautiful monument and admired the life-size white marble statue of the master, shown in the dress of his period and wearing a cloak. The stone figure of the poet stood with his right leg crossed in front of his left, leaning his elbow on a pile of 3 books, a garland chaplet signifying immortality, with a dagger, symbol of tragedy, and a dramatic mask, symbol of the theatre, were displayed on a pedestal. Several carved heads appear on the base, including that of Queen Elizabeth I. The bard's left-hand index finger points to a scroll hanging from the pedestal. Written upon it, immortal words from his quill. The Latin inscription above the head of the statue, in gold on a panel of dark marble, translates as William Shakespeare, erected 124 years after his death by public esteem. Julia was pleased. She deeply felt that this beautiful memorial properly recognized the genius, the dramatic power, the beauty of language, the insight into the human condition demonstrated, not for an age, but for all time, by that player from Stratford. Without letting go of Wade's hand, she gently deposited her red rose at the base of the monument and recited aloud,
"What's in a name? That which we call a rose, by any other name, would smell as sweet."
Wade released his grip and put an arm around her slender waist and pulled her in. She looked up at him and smiled. He returned the gesture, then leaned in for a kiss. The end. I'm Mark Vinet, and I hope you enjoyed the listen.